You probably have a fear you don't talk about. Maybe it's spiders, maybe it's public speaking, or maybe it's something stranger, like mannequins, or the deep ocean, or the idea of infinity itself. Fears are the oldest thing we all share. They kept our ancestors alive, but in the modern world, they've turned into something almost fascinating. Phobias, irrational, overwhelming fears, come in thousands of forms. Some are funny, some are inconvenient, and some are so disturbing that just knowing they exist will keep you awake tonight. In this video, we're going to descend through 100 levels of fear. Level 1 starts simple, with the phobias everyone knows. But with each step, the fears will get weirder, more personal, and more disturbing until we reach the deepest, most existential horror a human mind can feel. Some of these phobias you might laugh at, some will make your skin crawl, and a few will quietly live in the back of your mind long after the video ends. So, where will you give up? Level 20? Level 50? Or will you survive all the way to level 100, the ultimate fear? Take a breath. Turn off the lights if you dare. And let's begin with level 1. The fear almost everyone knows. Arachnophobia. Fear of spiders. It starts with a tiny movement in the corner of the room. A shadow with too many legs. Your body reacts before your brain does. A jolt, a shiver up the spine, a pulse of cold through your chest. This is arachnophobia, the fear of spiders. It's one of the most famous phobias in the world, and even people who claim they're fine with spiders feel a little flicker of unease when one suddenly appears. Scientists believe this fear is ancient. Our ancestors who jumped at the sight of spiders probably lived longer. Venomous spiders were rare, but in the prehistoric world, even a single bite could be deadly. That deep survival memory is still buried in our nervous system. We don't have to think about why spiders are scary. Our body already knows. What makes arachnophobia powerful isn't just the idea of being bitten, it's how spiders move. Unpredictable, fast, then still. Their legs bending in ways that don't feel natural. A sudden scuttle across the floor can trigger a full-body response, even if the spider is completely harmless. And the mind doesn't stop there. Once you spot one spider, your brain starts playing tricks. You imagine it crawling up your leg. You check the ceiling. You feel phantom itches on your skin. Most people will never be bitten by a spider in their lives, but that doesn't matter. Because arachnophobia isn't logical. It's the kind of fear that crawls into your thoughts and waits, just like the spider in the corner of the room. Take a breath. If that didn't scare you, the next level might. Nyctophobia, fear of the dark. The light switch clicks and the room disappears. Shadows swallow the walls, corners become infinite, and suddenly, you're not in your bedroom anymore. You're somewhere else, a place where anything could be watching. This is nyctophobia, the fear of the dark. Almost every child feels it. Many adults still do, though they won't admit it. And it's not silly, it's ancient. For most of human history, the night was the enemy. Our ancestors survived by day and hid by night. Darkness meant predators. It meant uncertainty. A rustle in the grass could be a snake. A glint in the bush could be eyes. Evolution carved this fear into our bones. Even today, in a world of streetlights and security cameras, darkness still wakes up that ancient part of the brain. Your ears strain for every sound. Your heartbeat gets louder. Your imagination fills in what your eyes can't see. Psychologists call it perceptual completion. When vision is gone, the mind starts painting pictures, and those pictures are rarely kind. A coat on a chair becomes a figure. A creak in the hallway becomes footsteps. In the dark, your own house can feel like a stranger's. And here's the fascinating part. The fear isn't really about darkness. It's about the unknown. Nyctophobia is our primal way of saying, if I can't see it, I can't control it. Most people eventually outgrow their fear of the dark, but turn off the lights in the wrong place, add one unfamiliar sound, and you'll remember exactly why your ancestors huddled by the fire. Take a breath. The lights are still on. For now. But level 3 will take you somewhere even higher, where fear comes from looking down. Acrophobia. Fear of heights. You step onto the edge. The city stretches below like a map, tiny cars crawling like toys. Your stomach flips. Your hands sweat. And a voice deep in your brain whispers, one wrong move, and this is it. This is acrophobia, the fear of heights. It's not just about falling. It's about the instant awareness that gravity doesn't forgive mistakes. From an evolutionary standpoint, this fear is brilliant. The people who felt a chill in their stomachs when they got too close to a cliff, they lived to have children. The ones who didn't, well, they're not in our family tree anymore. Scientists have even tested this in babies. Place an infant on a glass floor with a visible drop underneath, and they freeze. They can't even walk yet, but their brain already knows. Down there is danger. What makes acrophobia so powerful is how it hijacks your senses. Your body overreacts. Your legs feel weaker. You sway slightly, and your brain interprets that as falling. Some people report a strange, intrusive thought. What if I jump? Not because they want to die, but because standing on the edge makes the possibility terrifyingly real. Acrophobia also feeds on distance and imagination. Look down from a skyscraper, and your mind tries to calculate what hitting the ground would feel like. That single mental image can make your knees tremble. Most people can manage this fear. But for those with severe acrophobia, even standing on a balcony can feel like standing over an abyss. It's not just a drop, it's a magnetic pull toward disaster. Take a step back from the ledge. The ground is safe for now. Because level 4 isn't about falling, it's about smiling faces that make people scream. Coulrophobia. Fear of clowns. The circus music is cheerful. The children are laughing. And then he steps into the light, a white painted face, a frozen smile, a wobbling walk. The crowd cheers, but your chest tightens. You want to leave. This is Coulrophobia, the fear of clowns. It sounds silly, almost funny, until you feel it. Your pulse jumps, your skin prickles, and all you can think is, something about that isn't right. Psychologists call this the uncanny valley effect. Your brain is tuned to read faces. Tiny micro-expressions tell you if someone is safe or dangerous, but a clown's face is a lie. The painted smile doesn't move with the muscles underneath. The eyes might be cold while the mouth is laughing. Your instincts can't read the truth, and that uncertainty feels like danger. History makes it worse. Clowns weren't always harmless entertainers. In medieval times, jesters could mock kings and sometimes hid cruelty behind humor. And in the 20th century, clowns shifted from comedy to horror. Movies, TV, and true crime left us with the idea that behind the makeup might be something else. Even today, a clown in the wrong place feels wrong. A dark street, an empty hallway, a birthday party where the clown's smile lasts just a little too long. Your logical brain says it's a costume. Your primal brain whispers, run. Coulrophobia thrives on that clash between fun and fear. Because nothing is more unsettling than a smile that hides its meaning. Take a breath. You survived the smile, but level 5 takes you into a pattern your brain can't stop staring at, and it makes some people shiver uncontrollably. Trypophobia, fear of clustered holes. At first, it looks harmless. A lotus seed pod, a honeycomb, the pattern of tiny, perfect circles repeating over and over. Then something twists in your stomach. Your skin tingles, and suddenly, you can't look at it anymore. This is trypophobia, the fear or intense discomfort caused by clusters of small holes, bumps, or patterns. It isn't an official medical phobia, but millions of people feel it instantly, almost instinctively. And it's not just about holes. It's about what those holes make you imagine. Psychologists think trypophobia might come from evolutionary memory. The sight of clusters like diseased skin, insect eggs, or rotting organic matter may have been a survival signal. Stay away, this could make you sick. Even if you've never seen those things in your life, your brain reacts as if danger is there. Artists and advertisers discovered this by accident. When a skincare ad once used a photoshopped face covered in tiny pores, thousands of viewers recoiled. Some even reported shivering, nausea, or the feeling that bugs were crawling under their skin. What makes trypophobia so insidious is that it sneaks up on you. A photo, a pattern, even a design on a bathroom tile can trigger it. And once you've felt that creeping unease, your brain won't forget. Trypophobia is the fear of nature's geometry gone wrong, a reminder that something as simple as a pattern can make the human mind panic. And if a picture can do that, imagine if it started to move. Glossophobia, fear of public speaking. The room is quiet. Dozens of eyes are on you. Your throat tightens, your palms sweat, and every word you practice suddenly vanishes. This is glossophobia, the fear of public speaking. It's one of the most common phobias in the world. Surveys often rank it higher than the fear of heights, spiders, or even death. Why? Because speaking in front of a group feels like exposure. In ancient times, being singled out could mean danger. If a tribe turned against you, survival was at risk. That primal memory lingers in the nervous system. When glossophobia strikes, the body reacts as if it's under attack. Your heart rate spikes. Your voice shakes. Adrenaline floods your bloodstream, preparing you to fight or run, even though you're just holding a microphone. Psychologists call this social threat response. Your brain interprets judgment from a group as physical danger. Even the possibility of failure can trigger a cascade of panic. What if I stutter? What if they laugh? What if I freeze? Ironically, the fear feeds itself. You imagine forgetting your words, which makes it more likely. You worry about trembling, and your hands shake even more. Yet here's the paradox. Most audiences are far less critical than we think. They want the speaker to succeed. But the human mind, wired for survival, still hears every cough and whisper as a threat. Glossophobia is proof that our social brain hasn't caught up with the modern world. A speech won't kill you. But to the nervous system, standing alone under a spotlight is still the closest thing to being hunted. Ophidiophobia, fear of snakes. You hear it before you see it. A dry rustle in the grass, then a flicker, a long, thin body sliding silently across the ground. Your whole body stiffens, your heart lurches. Somewhere deep inside, an instinct screams, danger. This is Ophidiophobia, the fear of snakes. It is one of the most universal phobias in human history, and for good reason. Evolution carved this fear into our species. In the wild, a single snake bite could end a life. Even today, people who have never seen a venomous snake still flinch at the sight of one in a picture or on TV. Psychologists believe our eyes are wired to spot the shape of a snake instantly, even among leaves or rocks, faster than we notice almost any other animal. But it's not just venom that makes snakes terrifying. It's their movement, silent, unpredictable. They can strike without warning, faster than our brains can process. And unlike other predators, snakes don't need to chase. They wait, patient, hidden. Throughout history, snakes have symbolized both danger and mystery. From the serpent in the Garden of Eden to the cobra in ancient Egypt, cultures have treated snakes as omens, gods, or devils. Even myths couldn't separate humans from that instinctive spine-deep shiver. For someone with severe ophidiophobia, even a harmless garden snake can trigger tunnel vision, nausea, or a full panic attack, because the fear isn't logical. It's ancestral. Your mind doesn't see a reptile. It sees millions of years of survival training whispering, "Stay away." And the worst part? A snake doesn't need to move to terrify you. It just needs to wait. Knowing your imagination will do the rest. Entomophobia, fear of insects. It begins with a buzz, faint, almost nothing, until your brain locks onto it. You turn your head, scanning the air, and there it is, a small black speck with wings, drifting toward you like it owns the space. Your chest tightens. You swat, even before it lands. This is entomophobia, the fear of insects. Unlike arachnophobia or ophidiophobia, which targets specific creatures, this phobia is broad and relentless. Flies, cockroaches, mosquitoes, beetles, wasps. To someone with entomophobia, the world feels like it's crawling with threats. Part of the fear is instinctive. Insects are unpredictable. They appear from nowhere, vanish into cracks, or land on your skin before you notice. Some bite, some sting, some carry disease. Even in a sterile modern home, your primal brain imagines contamination, infection, and swarms in the walls. And then there's the way insects move. Fast, jerky, almost alien. A roach flipping on its back, legs twitching. A wasp hovering just inches from your face, moving without sound, its stinger ready. These motions trigger something ancient, an evolutionary alert system that evolved to keep us alive when the smallest bite could mean fever or death. Psychologists also note the violation of personal space effect. We don't like creatures that can invade our body, crawling on skin, buzzing near ears, or worse, sneaking into food or bedding. For someone with entomophobia, just imagining this can spark nausea or full panic. But the most unsettling aspect is numbers. Unlike a snake or spider, insects rarely come alone. One ant on the counter becomes 10. 10 becomes a trail. Your mind doesn't see bugs anymore. It sees an invasion. Severe entomophobia can make everyday life exhausting. A single gnat can ruin a picnic. A moth in the bedroom can mean sleeping on the couch. And the faintest sound of wings at night can make a person tear the sheets off the bed, searching for an enemy that might not even be there. Because for the entomophobic mind, it's not just one bug. It's the feeling that they could be everywhere, all at once. Thanatophobia, fear of death. It doesn't crawl, it doesn't buzz, it doesn't jump out from the dark, but it waits. Thanatophobia is the fear of death. The one phobia that doesn't need to move to terrify you. Some people feel it only in quiet moments, lying in bed, staring at the ceiling. For others, it's a sudden punch of terror. A thought that arrives out of nowhere. One day, I will not be here. This fear is ancient, universal, and deeply human. We are the only creatures who truly know that we will die, and our minds aren't built to handle it easily. Psychologists divide the thanatophobia into layers. For some, it's the fear of the unknown, the dark question of what, if anything, comes next. For others, it's the fear of non-existence, of time moving on without you, the world forgetting your name. And for many, it's not about death itself, but dying, pain, loss of control, the last breath. Cultures have spent millennia building shields against this fear. Religions promise heavens or rebirth. Philosophers teach acceptance, from the Stoics saying memento mori to Buddhists contemplating impermanence. And yet, in the middle of the night, all those words can feel like paper walls. Thanatophobia is disturbing because it doesn't require a trigger. No snake in the grass, no buzzing insect, just a thought, a single quiet thought, can unravel you. People cope in strange ways. Some distract themselves endlessly with work or entertainment, anything to avoid silence. Others become obsessed with health, diets, and routines that promise to keep the inevitable far away. And some face it directly, staring into the abyss, hoping that familiarity might soften the fear. But here's the truth that makes thanatophobia so gripping. You can run from spiders. You can lock the door against intruders. You can even move to a place with no snakes or insects. Death follows everywhere. And the human mind, no matter how strong, can never fully close the door on that thought. Claustrophobia, fear of tight spaces. The air feels heavier, walls press closer than they really are. Your chest tightens, your heartbeat kicks faster, and every breath feels like it has to fight its way out. This is claustrophobia, the fear of tight or enclosed spaces. It's more than just disliking elevators or crowded rooms. For someone truly claustrophobic, even the thought of being trapped can make the body revolt. Imagine crawling through a narrow cave. Your shoulders scrape the rock. Your flashlight flickers. And then you get stuck. You inhale sharply and realize the space allows only half a breath. Your rational mind whispers, you can back out. You're okay, but your survival brain is screaming, you're going to die here. Claustrophobia is one of the most primal panic responses we have. Humans are not built for confinement. For most of history, tight spaces meant danger, being trapped, buried, crushed, or suffocated. Even today, people who have never been in a mine or a cave will shiver at the idea of being sealed in a coffin-like space. Psychologists break it into two main triggers: spatial restriction, fear of having no room to move or escape; suffocation fear, the haunting sense that the air itself is running out. MRI machines are a modern example. Hospitals report that up to 15% of patients need sedatives because lying still in a narrow tube makes their mind spiral. And then there are nightmare scenarios: trapped elevators, stuck subway cars, or spelunkers who get wedged in tunnels. Even watching videos of cavers crawling through holes the size of their own chest can make your palms sweat. Claustrophobia is disturbing because it doesn't just lock you in a space, it locks you inside your own panic. Walls can't move. Time doesn't slow, but your brain convinces you that the world is shrinking and that every second is a countdown to disaster. Some fears chase you. Claustrophobia waits for you to step inside the trap yourself and then slams the door, even if it only exists in your mind. Aviophobia, fear of flying. The seatbelt clicks. The cabin hums. The voice of the captain is calm, but your heartbeat isn't. The moment the plane starts to move, your body knows something your mind doesn't want to admit. You are about to leave the ground. This is aviophobia, the fear of flying. On paper, it makes no sense. Commercial flights are one of the safest forms of travel in human history, with the odds of a crash so low they might as well be zero. Yet for millions of people, even boarding a plane feels like handing their life to fate. Psychologists trace this fear to a collision of phobias: loss of control, trapped in a metal tube at 35,000 feet; acrophobia, the primal fear of falling from great heights; claustrophobia, sealed in a pressurized cabin with no escape; and above all, catastrophic imagination, because every creak of the fuselage and every dip in turbulence feels like the beginning of the end. Aviophobia also taps into something uniquely human: our distrust of the unseen. We don't feel the lift of air over wings. We can't see the pilots adjusting for weather patterns. Instead, our minds picture the unthinkable: flames, spirals, headlines. The body reacts as if it's already falling. Interestingly, some sufferers are triggered not during takeoff or landing, but in the calmest part of the flight, cruising altitude. The quiet is worse than the noise because the brain starts whispering, "What if it all stopped right now?" Treatment often combines exposure therapy and education, teaching the mind that turbulence isn't danger, that aircraft are over-engineered to survive far worse than passengers imagine. But logic rarely calms a racing pulse at 30,000 feet. Because deep down, aviophobia isn't about physics. It's about trusting the sky. And for some, the sky never feels like it wants you there. Astraphobia, fear of thunderstorms. The first flash is silent. Light spills through the window, turning night into a photograph for half a second. Then the sound follows, a low growl that rises into a violent crack, like the sky is splitting apart. Your heart jumps before your mind does. This is Astraphobia, the fear of thunderstorms. For many, it begins in childhood, crouching under blankets as rain pounds the roof and thunder seems to rattle the bones. Some outgrow it. For others, the fear never leaves. There's a reason our species reacts this way. For most of human history, storms were deadly events. Lightning could burn homes to the ground. Floods and winds could erase entire villages. Even animals share this instinct. Dogs hide, birds fall silent, and cattle bunch together before a storm. Your nervous system treats every rumble like a warning from the world itself. Astraphobia can make life feel unpredictable. A sunny morning can end in panic by nightfall. Some sufferers track weather obsessively, scanning forecasts for any sign of incoming storms. When lightning strikes nearby, their bodies react as if hunted. Palms sweat, breath shortens, and the urge to hide becomes overwhelming. And then there's anticipation, perhaps the most disturbing part of the phobia. A storm doesn't need to be overhead to take over your mind. The mere possibility, a distant flash on the horizon, can trap someone in hours of anxiety, waiting for the inevitable crash. Modern therapy often focuses on gradual exposure and grounding techniques, teaching the brain that walls and roofs are shields, not traps. But fear has a memory older than reason. Even knowing the science, that you are safe indoors, doesn't quiet the primitive mind that once watched lightning ignite the forest. And the worst part, storms always pass, but they also always return. The sky can turn against you again tomorrow, and that thought is enough to keep a sufferer listening for every distant rumble. Some fears come from above. Others come from below, hiding in something far more ancient and primal, the dark, endless weight of water. Hydrophobia, fear of water. The surface looks calm, blue, endless, inviting. But the moment you step in, the world changes. Your feet lose the ground. The water swallows sound, and suddenly you are small in something vast. This is hydrophobia, the fear of water, and it is older than civilization itself. It's not just about swimming, it's about immensity, depth, and the unknown. Humans are land creatures. We breathe air, feel soil under our feet, and see our surroundings clearly. Water removes all of that. Vision blurs, sound distorts, and below you might be miles of darkness, full of life you can't see, can't predict, can't control. Psychologists explain that hydrophobia often stems from early experiences of near drowning, but it also taps into evolutionary terror. For most of human history, deep water meant death. Rivers swept away the careless. Storms claimed sailors and fishermen, and predators, crocodiles, sharks, and things we still whisper about in myths, ruled the depths. Even calm water can trigger panic. A lake with no visible bottom can make the imagination run wild. What's beneath me right now? Every piece of seaweed brushing your foot feels like something alive reaching for you. The fear grows in the ocean. Out there, hydrophobia is not irrational. The sea is both beautiful and merciless. Its scale reminds you of your fragility. A sudden wave, a shift in current, and you're a heartbeat away from vanishing into an indifferent abyss. And for some, the panic comes not from drowning, but from emptiness. The thought that under the surface lies a void so alien and eternal that your existence feels like a mistake. It's the same primal shiver that explorers feel peering into space, but water is closer, more intimate, and harder to escape. Hydrophobia reminds you of one truth. The earth is mostly water, and it doesn't care if you can swim. Some fears are about the outside world, storms, oceans, predators. But the next fear turns inward into the invisible things that live with us every day, crawling on our skin and hiding where we can't see. Mysophobia, fear of germs. You touch a doorknob, it feels smooth and harmless, but your mind betrays you. How many hands have touched this today? Hands that held raw meat, hands that coughed into themselves, hands that went places you'd rather not imagine. This is Mysophobia, the fear of germs, contamination, and invisible threats. Unlike the fears of storms or oceans, Mysophobia is a modern fear with ancient roots. For most of history, people didn't know what germs were. They blamed spirits, curses, or bad air for disease. But the invisible killers were always there, clinging to skin, water, and food. In the 19th century, Louis Pasteur and Robert Koch finally proved that microscopic organisms caused illness. It was a revelation and a curse. Once you know the world is covered in life you can't see, it's hard to unknow it. Every handshake becomes a negotiation with fate. Every public surface looks like a minefield of sickness. Mysophobia often manifests in rituals of avoidance and control. Some sufferers wash their hands until their skin cracks. Others carry disinfectant everywhere, scrubbing phones, steering wheels, and restaurant tables. In extreme cases, people may refuse to leave home altogether, convinced the outside world is poisoned by the unseen. The disturbing truth is that the fear isn't entirely irrational. Doorknobs, keyboards, and subway poles are indeed bacterial cities. Hospitals, the very places meant to heal, are also the breeding grounds of deadly infections. And for someone with mysophobia, this awareness is not just intellectual, it's visceral. The world becomes a trap of filth you can't escape, because the enemy is everywhere and nowhere. The cruelest part is that cleaning provides only momentary relief. Washing hands or wiping surfaces can calm the mind for seconds, maybe minutes, but the dread always seeps back in. Because germs can't all be destroyed, and fear thrives where certainty dies. Some fears make you avoid the wild. Mysophobia makes you fear life itself, because living is contact. And when life itself feels unsafe, the next step is often the ultimate avoidance. Hospitals, the very temples of health that feel like corridors of death. Nosocomephobia, fear of hospitals. The doors slide open. With a soft hiss, cool air spills out, carrying the sharp scent of antiseptic and something else, something metallic, like a memory of blood. Your chest tightens before you even step inside. This is nosocomephobia, the fear of hospitals. It's not just about needles or doctors. It's about what hospitals represent: pain, vulnerability, and the inescapable presence of death. For many, the fear begins with associations. A loved one never came home. A childhood visit ended with stitches, or the sight of a parent lying pale under harsh fluorescent lights. Even in perfect silence, hospitals carry the ghost of suffering. The beeping monitors, the distant coughs, the shuffling of nurses' shoes, every sound is a reminder that life here is fragile. Psychologists say nosocomephobia is partly about loss of control. Outside, you can walk away from danger. In a hospital, you surrender yourself to tests, to waiting, to the cold authority of machines. Even the walls feel sterile and unforgiving, as if warmth has been scrubbed out on purpose. The fear can be overwhelming. Some sufferers avoid hospitals even in emergencies, risking their health rather than stepping into that bright, humming void. The irony is brutal. The place meant to save you can feel like a place designed to consume you. And yet, the phobia isn't just about the building. It's about what it symbolizes: mortality. Every hallway feels like a thin line between the living and the gone. Every gurney rolling past whispers that one day you might not be the visitor, you might be the one being wheeled through those double doors. In a way, nosocomephobia is the shadow of all other fears, because most of them eventually lead here. The hospital is where injuries are exposed, infections are confirmed, and the finality of life becomes impossible to ignore. Some fears are about the walls around you, but the next fear pierces you directly: the sharp, inescapable terror of the needle itself. Dentophobia, fear of dentists. The nurse smiles. "It'll be quick," she says. You nod, but your body doesn't believe her. The glint of the needle catches the light, impossibly thin yet more threatening than a knife. Your palms sweat. Your pulse jumps. The room seems to shrink around that single point of steel. This is trypanophobia, the fear of needles. It's one of the most paralyzing medical phobias, and it often strikes in the most mundane settings: a clinic, a dentist's office, a vaccination booth. Even people who can watch horror films without flinching can faint at the sight of a syringe. The fear runs deeper than pain. A needle doesn't just prick the skin, it invades the body. It crosses the invisible line between outside and inside, triggering a primal defense response. Your brain screams, "This thing doesn't belong in me." For some, the reaction is so strong it leads to vasovagal syncope, a sudden drop in blood pressure that causes fainting. It's as if the body chooses shutdown over confrontation, an ancient survival reflex to play dead when threatened. The history of this fear is tangled with survival. Human beings evolved to protect their blood. The very sight of it signals injury. Sharp objects meant danger long before hospitals existed, and even a sterile medical context can awaken that ancient alarm. The consequences of trypanophobia are real. Some sufferers avoid vaccinations, blood tests, or life-saving treatments, trapped in the cycle of fear and avoidance. For them, the idea of a needle isn't a medical tool. It's a symbol of mortality, a reminder that their body is vulnerable, penetrable, and ultimately breakable. And yet, the worst moment isn't always the injection itself. It's the anticipation, that long, unbearable second when the needle hovers over your skin and your mind invents 100 ways this could go wrong. Because fear lives in the future, in the what if. Some fears are sharp and sudden. But the next fear is heavier, older, and far more existential. Not the moment of pain, but the creeping awareness that all pain ends the same way, with dying. Thanatophobia, fear of dying, emphasized differently from death conceptually. It usually comes at night, not with a scream, but with a thought that lands like ice. One day, I will stop. Your chest rises, falls. You feel your heart beating like it always has, and suddenly that rhythm feels fragile, like it could miss a beat at any second. You think of the last breath, the last blink, the moment your entire world simply turns off. This is thanatophobia, the fear of dying. It's not quite the fear of death itself. That's the cold finality, the state of being gone. Thanatophobia is about the process, the awareness that your life is moving toward an end. You can neither predict nor prevent. For some, it's triggered by health scares, a sudden pain in the chest, a test result, a doctor's pause before speaking. For others, it creeps in quietly, in the stillness of a bedroom or the backseat of a late-night car ride. It doesn't always feel like panic. Sometimes it feels like falling into a thought you can't escape. Psychologists describe thanatophobia as a mix of existential anxiety and biological survival instinct. Your conscious mind knows death is universal. Your animal brain refuses to accept it. The result is a loop. The more you imagine dying, the more alive your fear becomes, until you feel death chasing you in your own thoughts. Some sufferers find their lives dominated by avoidance. They obsess over safety, read about diseases, or avoid any place that reminds them of mortality: hospitals, funerals, even cemeteries glimpsed from a car window. But the fear is cruel, because the mind can't escape itself. You carry the thought wherever you go. What makes thanatophobia truly disturbing is that it often whispers in moments of life's beauty. A sunset, a laugh, the warmth of someone's hand, and suddenly you're aware that one day these moments will vanish. That awareness can feel like a shadow behind every joy. And yet for some, the fear evolves into obsession with control. They monitor their health, their habits, their surroundings, clinging to routines that feel like bargains with fate. But fate never negotiates. Some fears live in the future. But the next fear drags you into the present moment, where life's simplest act, being around others, becomes a battlefield of panic and scrutiny. Social phobia, fear of social situations. You step into a room full of people. No one's looking at you. Not yet, but your chest is already tight, and your thoughts are running in circles. What if I say something stupid? What if they notice how nervous I am? What if they can see right through me? This is social phobia, or social anxiety disorder. It's not just shyness, it's the overwhelming, paralyzing fear of being judged, rejected, or humiliated in social settings. At its core, this fear is ancient. Humans evolved to survive in tribes, where acceptance meant life and rejection could mean death. That old survival instinct still fires in modern society, where a meeting, a classroom, or a casual party can feel like walking into a predator's den. For someone with social phobia, the body betrays them instantly. Their heart pounds, palms sweat, voice trembles. Even speaking a single sentence feels like balancing on a wire with everyone watching. And in their mind, every glance becomes a verdict. It can manifest in specific situations: speaking in public, eating while others watch, walking into a room late, even answering the phone. The terror isn't always about actual ridicule. It's about imagined catastrophes. The mind magnifies every moment. A stutter becomes a disaster. A pause feels like an eternity. A simple handshake can feel like a trap of judgment. The most disturbing part is how social phobia shrinks life. Opportunities slip away because the idea of being seen feels unbearable. A career path, a friendship, a relationship, all can collapse under the weight of avoidance. The world outside the home feels like a stage, and the sufferer is convinced they were never meant to perform. Unlike Thanatophobia, which stalks the future, social phobia infects the present. Even the smallest interaction becomes a slow-motion disaster in the imagination. It's living in constant self-surveillance, like being trapped in a spotlight that follows you everywhere. Hemophobia, fear of blood. It starts with a scratch, a tiny cut, barely enough to sting. But the moment the first bead of dark red appears, your body betrays you, your stomach twists, your head feels light. The world narrows into a tunnel. That's my blood, leaving me. This is hemophobia, the fear of blood. It's one of the few phobias that can literally knock a person unconscious, because the body's response isn't just panic, it's a sudden dramatic drop in heart rate and blood pressure. For some, the mere sight of blood, even on TV, can trigger fainting, nausea, or full-blown panic. Why does this fear run so deep? Biology. For our ancestors, seeing their own blood meant injury, and injury meant death was near. The human body evolved a strange survival reflex, vasovagal syncope, a kind of forced shutdown that drops you to the ground. Some scientists believe it's an ancient defense, making predators think you're already dead. Others see it as a brutal efficiency. If blood loss is coming, fainting slows the heart and preserves what little remains. Hemophobia isn't only triggered by personal injury. Many sufferers react to other people's blood as well. A scraped knee in a playground, a medical scene in a movie, even a single image in a textbook can ignite the spiral. The mind leaps from the sight to the implication: harm, pain, mortality. The worst part is anticipation. A routine medical test or a finger prick can feel like a countdown to collapse. Some sufferers avoid doctors entirely, terrified that any visit could involve blood. And in emergencies, this fear can be dangerous. If someone nearby is injured, the hemophobic person might freeze or faint instead of helping. Blood is life, but for those with hemophobia, it's also a relentless reminder of death. It's the substance that keeps you alive, and the sight of it threatens to undo you. And if seeing blood can send the body into shock, the next fear tightens its focus to the exact moment that blood is drawn, the sharp, merciless fear of the needle itself. Trypanophobia, fear of needles. The room smells clean. Too clean. You sit in a stiff chair rolling your sleeve up, trying to look calm. The nurse smiles politely and unwraps a gleaming stainless steel syringe. It's so small, and yet your chest tightens as though you're staring at a weapon. This is trypanophobia, the fear of needles. It doesn't care how strong you are or how many times you've been here before. Your rational brain whispers, "It's just a pinch." Your body roars back, "We are under attack." The fear is primal. Needles pierce the boundary of the body, crossing the invisible line between safe and invaded. Our ancestors survived by protecting their skin and blood. A puncture could mean infection, weakness, or death in the wild. Even in the sterile calm of a clinic, that ancient alarm system fires. For many, the horror isn't even the pain, it's the anticipation. Watching the syringe inch closer can make the room spin. Your heart pounds, your vision narrows. Some people faint before the needle ever touches them, a reflex tied to vasovagal syncope, the body's involuntary decision to play dead in response to perceived injury. Trypanophobia can shape a life in unexpected and dangerous ways. Some sufferers avoid vaccinations, blood tests, or life-saving treatments, choosing fear over care. A simple checkup can become a full-scale battle of willpower, with sweaty palms and shaking legs before a single drop of blood is drawn. And yet, the most disturbing part is mental replay. Even hours or days after, the image of that needle piercing the skin can loop in the mind, as vivid as if it's happening again. A medical tool designed to heal becomes, in the phobic mind, a symbol of violation and mortality. For some, conquering trypanophobia requires years of slow exposure therapy. For others, every appointment is a silent war. And just when they survive one needle, the world is ready with a reminder there are countless other fears waiting outside the clinic walls. Monophobia, fear of being alone. The house is silent. Too silent. It's late, and every sound becomes a question. The hum of the refrigerator feels louder than your own breath. A creak in the hallway makes your chest tighten. You check the doors. The windows. Again. For most people, being alone can feel peaceful, even restorative. For someone with monophobia, it feels like the walls are closing in. It's not simply disliking solitude, it's a deep, often irrational terror that something bad will happen the moment no one else is there. Monophobia is rooted in our oldest survival wiring. Humans evolved as social creatures. To be separated from the tribe thousands of years ago wasn't peaceful, it was deadly. Predators, hunger, injury, all became more likely without another pair of eyes or hands nearby. And that ancient fear still lingers in some minds, turning empty rooms into amplifiers of danger. The symptoms are visceral, heart racing at the sound of a branch brushing the window, constantly calling or texting someone just to feel connected, avoiding being alone entirely, even in broad daylight. But the fear isn't just of physical harm, it's the mental echo chamber. When the world goes quiet, every anxious thought gets louder. A small worry becomes a loop. A faint ache becomes a medical emergency in the imagination. For some, it feels like the mind itself is hunting them in the silence. Monophobia can lead to life-limiting habits. People might sleep with the TV on, leave lights burning all night, or arrange their schedules to ensure someone is always nearby. The irony is that the fear feeds itself. The more one avoids solitude, the scarier solitude becomes. But monophobia rarely exists alone. It often walks hand in hand with another quieter dread, the fear of letting others down or not being enough, which can twist loneliness into shame. That creeping, crushing sense that you can't stand alone, not just physically, but in life itself. And that leads us to the next level. A fear that doesn't just stalk you in empty rooms, but haunts every risk, every choice, every step toward your own future. Atychiphobia, fear of failure. You stare at the blank page. The cursor blinks. Every second that passes feels like a judgment. What if this isn't good enough? What if I try and fail? This is atychiphobia, the fear of failure. Unlike the sharp, immediate shock of seeing blood or hearing thunder, this fear is slow and corrosive. It doesn't strike like lightning. It seeps in like water, filling the cracks of your confidence until every choice feels dangerous. Atychiphobia doesn't just whisper you might fail. It shouts, don't even try. The job application stays unsent. The confession of love dies in your throat. The new idea remains a dream because the risk of falling short feels worse than standing still. Psychologists consider this one of the most life-stealing phobias because it disguises itself as logic. The mind convinces you that avoidance is safety. Why attempt the exam if you might fail? Why audition if you could be rejected? It's a fear that pre-lives the pain of failure, making you suffer the loss of something you never even reached for. This fear often forms in childhood. A harsh parent, a humiliating mistake in front of peers, a single moment where trying and failing felt like the world collapsing in on you. The brain remembers that pain and builds invisible walls to keep it from happening again, but those walls are also a prison. Atychiphobia reshapes lives quietly. Talented artists never show their work. Brilliant minds never share their ideas. People settle into jobs or relationships that feel safe because the unknown carries the unbearable shadow of failure. And over time, the fear doesn't just protect you from pain, it starves you of growth. What makes this fear particularly haunting is how self-fulfilling it can become. Avoiding action leads to stagnation. Stagnation feels like failure. And suddenly, the thing you feared most has found you anyway. Yet there's another fear lurking just behind it, one that hits even deeper, because it's not about tasks or risks, but people. Failure is painful. But for some, the thought of being abandoned, left behind by the very people they love, is worse than any personal defeat. Autophobia, fear of abandonment. The text goes unread. Hours pass. Your chest tightens as the silence stretches, and suddenly, every worst-case scenario blooms in your mind. They've left. They don't care. I'm alone. This is autophobia, the fear of abandonment. Unlike monophobia, which is the fear of simply being alone, autophobia runs deeper. It's the terror that the people you need most, partners, family, friends, will leave you, forget you, or stop loving you, and that when they do, the world will collapse around you. Autophobia is rooted in attachment and survival. From birth, humans are wired to cling. An infant alone in the wild wouldn't last a night. Our nervous system learned early that connection equals survival. When someone with autophobia senses distance, a delayed reply, a subtle change in tone, even a casual, "I'll call you later," their body interprets it as a primal threat. I am being left to die. This fear shapes behavior in ways that can be all-consuming, constantly checking messages for reassurance, clinging tightly to relationships, even unhealthy ones, feeling a crushing anxiety whenever loved ones are out of sight. The cruelest part is the self-fulfilling spiral. Autophobia can drive people to overcompensate, constant calls, questions, or pleas for reassurance. But that intensity can push others away, feeding the very abandonment they fear most. At night, this fear can become unbearable. Every sound outside can feel like proof that the world is moving on without you. Every shadow on the wall seems to whisper, "They're gone, you are forgotten." Therapists trace this phobia often to childhood wounds, a parent who left, a caregiver who was unpredictable, or early trauma that carved a scar of insecurity into the nervous system. But even knowing its roots doesn't stop the emotional earthquake that hits when someone you love walks away, even if only to the next room. Autophobia makes life a tightrope walk, balancing between desperate attachment and constant dread. And when the world outside feels so fragile, the very idea of stepping into open spaces, away from safe walls, away from the known, can feel like walking into a trap. Agoraphobia, fear of open or public spaces. The street looks empty, but your body disagrees. Your heart hammers before you've taken 3 steps outside. The sun feels too bright, the sky too wide, and the space around you too open to hide in. Every window is a possible gaze. Every shadow is a threat. This is agoraphobia, often misunderstood as simply a fear of crowds. In truth, it's the fear of being in any place where escape feels difficult or help feels far away. Open plazas, parking lots, grocery stores, airports, even standing in the middle of a wide street can feel like standing naked in a world that is too big to control. Psychologists trace its roots to panic disorder and survival instinct. The primitive brain is always asking, if something goes wrong, can I run? When the answer feels like no, the nervous system hits the alarm. Your chest tightens, your vision narrows, your legs feel both heavy and restless, and suddenly the safest thing in the world feels like running back indoors and locking the door behind you. Agoraphobia often grows slowly and silently. It might begin with avoiding one uncomfortable trip, a panic attack in a grocery store, or a sudden wave of dizziness in a mall. The mind quietly makes a rule. Don't go there again. Then the circle of safety shrinks. A few streets, then just your block. And for some, eventually only one room in the house feels safe. The toll is devastating. Jobs are lost. Friendships fade. Even family visits feel like dangerous expeditions. And the outside world, once full of possibilities, becomes a map of forbidden zones, each one marked with the memory of fear. For many sufferers, even the thought of leaving home can trigger anticipatory dread. And yet, staying in too long feeds another creeping terror, the realization that life itself is passing by, just out of reach. Agoraphobia is more than isolation. It's a prison built by the imagination, reinforced by every skipped outing, every avoided risk. And inside that prison, time behaves strangely. Days blur together. Weeks vanish. And with each tick of the clock, a new fear emerges, one that doesn't need open spaces to haunt you, because the next level isn't outside your door. It's in your mind, whispering that time itself is slipping away, and there's nothing you can do to stop it. Chronophobia, fear of passing time. The clock ticks. It's barely audible, but once you hear it, you can't unhear it. Tick, tick. Every second feels like a grain of sand sliding through a glass you can't flip over. This is chronophobia, the fear of passing time. It's not just disliking getting older, and it's not the ordinary anxiety of a deadline. It's a haunting awareness that every moment is slipping away, that you are a passenger on a train moving forward, and there's no way to get off. Chronophobia shows itself in subtle but tormenting ways. Some sufferers become hypersensitive to clocks. The movement of a second hand, the flip of a digital display, even the gentle chime of a phone notification can feel like a memento mori, a reminder that your life is slowly being erased. This fear often takes root in high-pressure or inescapable environments. Prisoners report it often, staring at walls, while days bleed together into months. Patients in hospitals, trapped in sterile rooms, can feel time as a physical weight, a constant drip that reminds them of fragility and mortality. Even retirees sometimes feel it creep in, when the busy noise of work and routine fades, and all that's left is the clock on the wall and the silent, relentless passing of days. Chronophobia can trigger spirals of obsession. You start calculating how much life you have left. How many years until 50? How many hours until the weekend is over? Suddenly, time stops being a background rhythm and becomes an unstoppable predator. And every second you notice feels like a second already lost. The disturbing part, trying to escape the thought of time only makes it worse. When sufferers distract themselves with TV or scrolling or endless tasks, a stray glance at the clock can bring the panic flooding back, because the brain knows that no matter what you do, time still moves. And once the idea of time slipping away sinks in, everything around you begins to decay in your perception. Family photos become proof of aging, children's growth feels like a countdown, and even your own reflection reminds you of a slow vanishing. Some say chronophobia is the gateway to existential dread, because after you notice time moving, you can't help but notice the world around you is moving, aging, and dying too. The walls, the trees, the sky, they become a reminder that nothing stands still. And that leads to the next fear. Because when the world feels alive but ever-changing, even the quiet forest outside your window can turn into a cathedral of dread. Hylophobia, fear of forests or wooded areas. The forest is quiet, too quiet. A soft wind moves the branches, but it doesn't soothe you. Instead, it feels like the trees themselves are leaning in to watch. Every twig snap under your feet sounds like a signal, a message to the shadows that someone has entered their domain. This is Hylophobia, the fear of forests. At first, it might sound strange. Forests are peaceful, natural, even healing, but to someone with this phobia, they are a maze of uncertainty. Part of this fear is biological memory. Our ancestors learned long ago that dense woods meant danger, predators lurking, poisonous plants, hostile strangers hidden behind the trunks. Modern humans may never have faced a wolf pack in the dark, but the ancient alarm bell still rings when we step into a world where sightlines vanish and escape paths are unclear. Forests also play tricks on the senses. The human brain evolved to recognize faces in motion, so when sunlight flickers through branches or an owl turns its head silently, our instincts scream that something is stalking us, even if nothing is there. And then there's the isolation effect. In a forest, you are away from society, far from streetlights, walls, and safety in numbers. If you scream, who will hear? If you run, where will you go? For someone with hylophobia, the forest is not a sanctuary. It is a cathedral of vulnerability. Folklore and horror have only deepened the imprint, from fairy tales warning of witches in the woods to true crime stories of hikers disappearing. Forests carry the cultural weight of mystery and menace. Even the smell of damp earth and moss can trigger a visceral unease, a reminder that you are a fragile intruder in a place that does not need you. Some sufferers report that daylight offers little relief. A sunny forest can feel like a stage with no exits, where every bird call is a whisper of being watched. But at night, the dark turns trunks into silhouettes of sentinels, branches into claw-like shapes that seem to reach for you. Every step forward feels like a mistake, and every step backward feels like you are walking into something waiting behind you. And yet, imagine carrying this fear into human spaces, because if the forest can watch you, so can the people in the world outside the trees. Scopophobia, fear of being watched. You feel it before you see it, the weight of eyes. You tell yourself it's nothing, a trick of paranoia, but deep down, your body disagrees. Your neck tightens, your skin prickles, and a voice whispers, "Someone is looking at you." This is scopophobia, the fear of being watched. It can strike in a crowded street or in an empty room. Even when no one is visibly there, a security camera, a window across the street, or the thought of someone lurking just out of view can trigger a rising tidal wave of dread. Human evolution wired us to care about eyes. Being watched meant judgment by the tribe, by a predator, or by an enemy. In the wild, unseen eyes meant death. In society, too many eyes meant shame. That deep survival code never really left us. For someone with scopophobia, every glance becomes a threat. Every camera lens feels like an invisible predator. The mind doesn't need proof to panic. A parked car with tinted windows can feel like it's staring back. A faint click in the room can spiral into the thought that a hidden camera is recording every move. Even friends and strangers can become unbearable because the moment attention lands on you, the fear blooms. They're seeing something I don't want seen. The modern world makes this phobia worse. Social media, surveillance cameras, facial recognition, proof that in some ways we are all always being watched. For some, scopophobia grows into avoidance, crossing the street to dodge crowds, covering webcams with tape, refusing to leave home during the day. And there's a deeper, darker layer, the loss of self under constant observation. Psychologists call it the panopticon effect, named after a prison designed so inmates could be watched at any moment without knowing if they were. The result? Self-policing, hypervigilance, a life lived as a performance. Scopophobia is exhausting because it blurs reality and imagination. Even in private, the fear lingers that someone somewhere has their eyes on you. And once that thought takes root, it doesn't just make you hide, it makes you scan your own body for signs of illness, weakness, or exposure, because if the world is watching, the last thing you want it to see is you falling apart from the inside. Nosophobia, fear of getting a disease. It starts with a tickle in your throat. Maybe it's nothing, a bit of dust, a dry cough, but the thought arrives uninvited. What if it's something deadly? For someone with nosophobia, that thought is not just a passing worry, it's a spark that sets the nervous system on fire. Every cough feels like tuberculosis. Every headache whispers tumor. Every itch becomes a symptom of something rare and incurable. Nosophobia is more than ordinary health anxiety. It's an obsessive, life-shaping fear of illness, and it thrives in the age of infinite information. A small twinge sends someone down a spiral of internet searches, first sore throat causes, then early signs of cancer, then life expectancy after diagnosis. By the end of the night, their body hasn't changed, but their mind feels terminal. Historically, this fear made sense. Before antibiotics and vaccines, an infection could sweep through a town and erase entire families in weeks. The brain evolved to overreact to any sign of sickness because overreaction meant survival. But in the modern world, this instinct has mutated, fueled by constant headlines, medical dramas, and viral outbreak alerts. Sufferers often monitor themselves compulsively, checking lymph nodes in the mirror, feeling for lumps in the middle of the night, tracking every heartbeat, every tingle, every flicker of fatigue. And each time they check, their mind finds more reasons to panic. The worst part? Nosophobia is self-feeding. Stress can trigger real physical symptoms, palpitations, nausea, dizziness. These sensations become proof that something is wrong, which fuels more fear, which triggers more symptoms, a loop of terror that never seems to end. Some withdraw from life entirely, avoiding hospitals, avoiding sick friends, even avoiding news articles that mention disease, all while secretly scanning their own body 100 times a day. Ironically, this isolation and hypervigilance can weaken health, turning the fear into a slow, self-fulfilling prophecy. And after weeks, months, or years of living this way, another darker fear often emerges, because if life itself feels dangerous, then every change, every trip, every exposure becomes a potential brush with death. Lilapsophobia, fear of tornadoes and hurricanes. The sky darkens in a way that feels unnatural. Birds vanish. The air grows heavy, still, electric. And then somewhere in the distance, the wind begins to roar like an approaching train. This is Lilapsophobia, the fear of tornadoes, hurricanes, and violent storms. It is not just about bad weather, it's about the realization that nature can rise up and erase everything you know. Unlike many phobias, this one is rooted in real, primal danger. Humans are small in the face of storms. A tornado doesn't care how wealthy or careful you are. A hurricane doesn't care about your prayers or your plans. It can rip houses from their foundations, twist cars like toys, and erase entire neighborhoods in minutes. For someone with Lilapsophobia, the first rumble of thunder or flash of lightning can send adrenaline surging. Their body reacts as if death is already at the door, heart racing, muscles tense, scanning the sky for the shape of a funnel cloud. Even after the storm passes, the mind doesn't let go. Sufferers might compulsively check weather apps, memorize escape routes, or panic at dark clouds on the horizon. Some never feel safe, because storms are a reminder that no wall, no plan, no human invention can fully protect you from the sky itself. History feeds this fear. Images of entire towns flattened by tornadoes, coastlines swallowed by storm surges, and survivors wandering through debris become burned in warnings. The sound of the wind becomes the sound of potential annihilation. The disturbing part is how intimately personal this phobia feels. Unlike distant disasters like earthquakes or volcanic eruptions, storms come to your door. They rattle your windows, slam your roof, and whisper in every gust, "You cannot stop me. You cannot run far enough." And for some, this fear bleeds into everyday life. Even a harmless gust can trigger flashbacks of chaos and loss. The world outside becomes unpredictable, and travel, leaving the shelter of home, starts to feel like tempting fate. Because once the sky itself feels like a threat, even the open road becomes a place of silent terror. Hodophobia, fear of traveling. For most people, travel is freedom. The open road, the thrill of new places, the feeling that the world is waiting. But for someone with hodophobia, every trip is a gamble with the unknown. It starts before the journey even begins. The thought of leaving home triggers a ripple of unease. At home, you know where everything is. You know the exits, the safety, the routine. The moment you step out into unfamiliar streets, airports, highways, or hotels, that invisible safety net is gone. Hodophobia isn't about laziness or introversion. It's a deep fear of the uncontrollable hazards beyond your safe zone. The mind starts listing them like an endless scroll. What if the car breaks down in the middle of nowhere? What if there's an accident on the highway? What if I get lost, stranded, or robbed? What if something happens back home and I can't get back in time? Every mile from home feels like stretching a fragile thread of safety until it feels like it might snap. The fear grows stronger when combined with other phobias: claustrophobia in a crowded plane, acrophobia on a mountain road, nosophobia when surrounded by strangers coughing in a train station. Suddenly, every trip is a tapestry of possible disasters. History and psychology both feed this fear. Humans evolved to trust the familiar territory of their tribe's land. Leaving it meant danger, predators, rival groups, starvation. Even now, modern hodophobia can feel like your brain is dragging you back to the cave, warning you that survival is safest at home. Some sufferers experience panic at the mere thought of a trip. The body reacts before the mind can reason, heart racing, stomach twisting, hands trembling as if disaster has already struck. This leads to avoidance, missed weddings, job opportunities, vacations, even funerals, because the fear of stepping into the unknown feels larger than life itself. And here's the disturbing part. Travel is change, and change feels like death to the anxious mind. Every mile away from home is a step toward the terrifying truth that the world is bigger, stranger, and less safe than we can ever control. And once your own home becomes the only place you feel alive, another, quieter fear begins to creep in. Lepidopterophobia, fear of butterflies or moths. To most people, butterflies are harmless. They are symbols of spring, freedom, and delicate beauty. But for someone with lepidopterophobia, these fragile creatures are living nightmares with wings. It usually begins with the movement, not the insect itself. The sudden, erratic flutter of wings near your face triggers an ancient reflex, the instinct to dodge a flying predator. Butterflies don't fly straight. They jerk, tumble, and spiral unpredictably, making your brain scream. You can't control where it lands. Moths make this worse. They're creatures of the night, drawn to light like silent ghosts. Imagine one brushing against your neck in the dark, its powdery wings leaving an invisible mark on your skin, its tiny legs clinging for a second too long. For a person with this phobia, that moment can trigger a full-body panic. Psychologists believe this fear is rooted in evolution. Sudden, rapid movement near the face is interpreted as a threat. In the wild, that could mean a stinging insect, a disease-carrying fly, or something poisonous. Our ancestors learned that jumping away first and thinking later often meant survival. but phobias twist survival instincts into irrational prisons. A butterfly landing in a garden can send someone fleeing indoors, heart pounding as if chased by a predator. Some sufferers can't enjoy parks, flowers, or even open windows because the mere possibility of fluttering wings turns peace into silent panic. The psychological weight can be surprisingly deep. It's not just disgust, it's loss of control. A butterfly doesn't roar like a lion or hiss like a snake. It invades silently, reminding you that the smallest, quietest things can shatter your sense of safety. For some, the fear even seeps into dreams. Moths swarming around a lamp, wings brushing the skin, the feeling that something tiny and alien can violate your personal space without warning. And perhaps the most disturbing thought, that fear isn't really about the butterfly at all. It's about the fragility of control. The reminder that even the gentlest touch from the world outside can send your carefully held calm spiraling into chaos. And in the natural world, if a butterfly can make you run, what happens when the fear has scales and teeth? Ichthyophobia, fear of fish. You step into shallow water, warm sunlight rippling across the surface. The lake is calm. Then something brushes against your leg. For someone with ichthyophobia, that tiny fleeting touch can ignite instant panic. The water is no longer peaceful. It's a dark, alien world full of teeth and scales. Fish are strange creatures. They don't blink. They move silently, watching from the murk with expressionless, glassy eyes. Some have mouths that open and close in slow, mechanical rhythms, as if tasting the water or you. Even a harmless goldfish can feel unnerving because it never looks away. This fear goes far beyond the risk of being bitten. Most fish are harmless, but the phobia thrives in the unknown. The water hides them. You can't predict when one might appear beneath your feet, brush your skin, or erupt from the depths in a flash of silver muscle. Evolution might explain part of this. Humans are land animals. Bodies of water were always dangerous territory for our ancestors, home to unseen predators, disease, and the risk of drowning. Fish are reminders that you are out of your element, exposed in a world you don't understand. For sufferers, even seeing fish in an aquarium can trigger the cold rush of fear. The slow, hovering movements, the sudden dart of a fin, the alien shapes of eels or catfish feel like watching another planet come alive. And open water. That's where ichthyophobia becomes overwhelming. A swim in a lake or ocean feels like surrendering control. You are surrounded by living things you cannot see, things that might touch you or worse, rise from the darkness beneath you. The psychological weight of this fear isn't just about disgust, it's about vulnerability. Because if something so small, so simple, can make your heart pound and your muscles freeze, what else might be waiting in the places you can't see? And the disturbing truth is this: water hides far more than fish. Somewhere above on branches or rooftops, creatures with wings are watching from the sky. Ornithophobia, fear of birds. The sky is supposed to mean freedom, but for someone with ornithophobia, it is a ceiling of silent predators. Birds seem harmless from a distance. A sparrow on a branch, a pigeon in the park, even a flock swirling in the sunset sky. But get close enough, and something primal awakens. Birds are unpredictable. They don't walk toward you like a dog or slither away like a snake. They dive, swoop, and lunge from above, moving in ways your brain struggles to anticipate. One moment, the sky is empty. The next, there's a rush of wings near your face, a flash of claws, and the uncanny feeling that you are being targeted. For someone with this phobia, a single pigeon fluttering too close can trigger instant panic, heart racing, muscles tensing, eyes searching for cover. The sound of flapping wings is not freedom. It is the sound of the hunt. History and instinct fuel this fear. Birds were the watchers in ancient life. Crows and vultures circling overhead meant death below. Owls were omens. Even the smallest bird could mean disease or danger to early humans. Evolution wired us to notice every shadow in the sky because the world above once belonged to predators, not us. Modern life doesn't erase that instinct. Think of the sharp beak of a gull, the sudden swoop of a hawk, or the unsettling intelligence of crows watching from a wire. Birds can attack without warning, often defending nests with unexpected ferocity. And unlike most animals, they come from above, from the place we least expect danger. For some sufferers, even feathers are enough. A single feather drifting to the ground is a reminder of the creatures it fell from and of the sky that no longer feels safe. And here's the deeper terror. Birds move in flocks. One bird might make you flinch. 50 birds in the air, circling, landing, watching. That is enough to make someone run for their life. Because once the sky itself feels like an enemy, where do you go for safety? Perhaps you retreat to the ground, but that is where the next fear waits, crawling closer. Electrophobia, fear of chickens. A chicken coop might seem harmless. Children feed them at petting zoos. Farmers walk among them casually. But for someone with electrophobia, a chicken is not a farm animal. It's a stalker with feathers. The fear often begins with the eyes. Chickens do not look at you the way dogs or cats do. Their gaze is sharp, jerky, and alien. A chicken will tilt its head, stare with one unblinking eye, and then suddenly dart forward as if testing your boundaries. Then there's the movement. Chickens don't walk smoothly. They jerk, peck, and flap, their wings snapping against their sides in quick bursts. To a phobic mind, this movement feels chaotic and predatory, as if at any second it could launch itself at your face. And here's the unsettling truth. Chickens can attack. They peck with sharp beaks, scratch with claws, and sometimes fly just enough to collide with you. On farms, people laugh it off. For someone with electrophobia, it's the stuff of nightmares. Psychologists believe this fear is linked to unpredictability. A chicken can be calm one moment and explode into flapping chaos the next. Our ancestors would have recognized that sudden motion as a sign of danger, a predator in the brush, a swarm about to scatter. But the phobia goes deeper than instinct. It's about vulnerability in small spaces. Imagine stepping into a coop. Wooden walls close around you, the smell of straw and dust in the air. Dozens of eyes lock onto you. A sudden flutter, a sharp peck at your ankle. And in that instant, your body doesn't care that these are farm animals. It reacts as if you are surrounded by predators. Even worse is the sound. The clucks, squawks, and flaps form an unpredictable symphony, and each noise feels like a warning you can't interpret. Many sufferers report that the sound alone, without even seeing a bird, can make their skin crawl. And the fear doesn't always end with chickens. Because if a creature so small, so domesticated, can stir this kind of primal dread, what happens when the wild cousins of birds appear, the ones that slither silently in the dirt or creep in the night with teeth instead of beaks? Mysophobia, fear of mice or rats. The sound is barely there, a soft scritch behind the wall. Maybe it's the wind, or maybe it's the tiny claws of an intruder. For someone with mysophobia, that faint sound is enough to freeze the blood. Because where there is one mouse, there are always more. This fear isn't irrational. Mice and rats have lived alongside humans for centuries, but never as friends. They are ghosts of disease and destruction, invading the safety of our homes through cracks we can't see. The Black Death, the plague that wiped out millions, spread through fleas carried by rats. Even today, their presence feels like a warning from history. If they are here, something is unclean. The fear usually begins with movement. Rats and mice move too fast for comfort. A flicker of fur across the floor, a sudden dash into darkness, and your brain fires a primal alarm. Small doesn't mean safe, because small means sneaky. Then comes the eyes. Rats stare without blinking, their beady black eyes reflecting just enough light to remind you that they are watching. In the dead of night, seeing one perched in the kitchen can feel like locking eyes with a shadow that shouldn't exist. But the true horror of Mysophobia is loss of sanctuary. Home is supposed to be the one place where the world outside cannot touch you. A single mouse scurrying across your living room shatters that illusion. It crawled under the door, or through the wall, or down from the attic, meaning the outside world is already inside. Many sufferers develop hyper-awareness. Every creak becomes a possible scratch. Every rustle of a bag could be a tale. Even a harmless stuffed animal in the corner might trigger a flash of terror, and the fear doesn't stop with mice. Because if your mind is this alert to small invaders, what about the creatures that lurk in dirt and shadows, with bodies long, wet, and boneless? Bovinophobia, fear of cows. A wide, open pasture under a warm sun. Tall grass sways in the breeze. And there they are, cows, grazing in silence, their heavy bodies moving slowly. Most people see calm. Someone with bovinophobia sees giants watching from the field. Cows are larger than they appear from a distance. Step too close, and you realize they weigh half a ton or more. They don't need to run or roar to be intimidating. Their size alone makes them living walls of muscle, silent in their judgment. The fear often begins with the eyes. Cows don't blink as often as humans do. Their gaze is slow and unreadable, and when it locks onto you, it feels like a verdict. To the phobic mind, it is impossible to tell whether that heavy body will remain still or suddenly charge. And the truth is, they can charge. Cows may seem gentle, but when startled, their size becomes lethal. Every year, people are trampled or crushed by panicked cattle. Even the most peaceful field can become a trap if you're in the wrong place. Then there's the soundscape of the pasture. The low mooing can echo like a warning. The sudden snort or the crunch of hooves in grass can make the heart leap because unlike other animals that signal their intentions, a cow's stillness is unsettling. It can pivot to danger in a single lumbering step. For someone with bovinophobia, even driving past a pasture can trigger unease. The endless field feels like a stage, lined with silent, staring witnesses, and if you have to walk through one, the world narrows to a single path. Get out without being noticed. Deep down, the fear ties to vulnerability in open spaces. There is nowhere to hide in a field. You are exposed, surrounded by creatures far larger than yourself, in a place that feels like their territory, not yours. And if the idea of a quiet pasture can twist into a nightmare of looming, silent danger, what happens when the creatures you fear aren't slow at all, but sudden, wet, and writhing beneath your feet? Equinophobia, fear of horses. The horse is one of humanity's oldest companions. It carried our ancestors across continents, plowed fields, fought in wars, and stood proudly in paintings as a symbol of grace and loyalty. But for someone with equinophobia, a horse is not a noble companion. It is a tower of muscle with a mind of its own, and it could kill you without warning. The fear often begins with size and strength. A fully grown horse can weigh over 1,000 pounds. One step in the wrong place can crush a foot like paper. A sudden kick and bones can break before you even see it coming. Unlike a dog, you can't pick up a horse. You can't hold it back. You are always at its mercy. Then there is the unpredictability of movement. Horses are prey animals, alert to every sound, every flutter of wind, every shadow that feels out of place. Their instinct is flight. A single unexpected noise, and a calm horse can rear, kick, or bolt, dragging anyone nearby into chaos. The phobia deepens when you lock eyes with one. Horses have wide, liquid eyes that reflect the world like a dark mirror. They don't blink at the pace we do, and in that unbroken gaze, you sense something untamed, a living force that will never fully belong to you. Even the sounds of a stable can trigger dread, the snort of hot breath, the sharp clack of hooves on stone, the sudden whip of a tail. For the phobic mind, each sound is a prelude to violence. History makes this fear feel justified. Horses have injured and killed more humans than many predators we consider dangerous. A single misstep can turn a peaceful ride into a catastrophic fall. Equinophobia isn't just fear of the animal, it's fear of losing control in the presence of something that dwarfs you, something ancient and untamable. And if a creature as loyal and familiar as a horse can trigger this much primal terror, what happens when the fear comes from the things that squirm and writhe in the earth itself? Scopophobia, fear of worms. The soil under your feet seems solid, safe, lifeless. But to someone with Scopophobia, that ground is not stable. It is alive, filled with hidden, writhing bodies that twist and feed just beneath the surface. Worms are small, harmless in the rational sense. Farmers praise them for aerating the soil. Children even hold them up like trophies on rainy days. But to a phobic mind, a worm is an alien life form, blind, silent, and relentless. The fear often begins with motion. Worms do not move like any animal you can predict. They stretch and contract, folding themselves forward in a rhythm that feels unnatural. They emerge from mud silently, covered in slime, as if they came from some darker layer of the world. And then there's multiplicity. A single worm might be tolerable, but worms rarely come alone. Dig into soil, and suddenly there are dozens, coiling and wriggling in blind panic, a living rope pit that has no face, no eyes, yet feels like it's watching you anyway. The mind links them to decay. Worms are the engineers of decomposition. They live where death lives, inside corpses, beneath fallen leaves, in the wet black earth after a storm. To see them is to be reminded that all flesh eventually joins them. Rain amplifies the horror. When storms drive worms to the surface, sidewalks and roads transform into nightmare maps of movement. Every step risks a soft crunch. Every glance downward confirms the fear. The earth is spilling its secrets. Psychologists suggest this phobia often ties to a primal aversion to parasites and decay. Worms resemble the things that infest and feed on the dead, a visual the brain cannot unsee once it links the two. And for some, the terror doesn't end at the sight of a worm. It extends to the thought of one entering the body, slipping into dark spaces where it doesn't belong, making the fear both external and internal at once. If something so soft and silent can trigger this kind of horror, what happens when the creatures are small, organized, and swarming, a living colony that moves as if with a single mind? Myrmecophobia, fear of ants. It begins with a single black dot moving across the kitchen counter. Harmless, forgettable, until you see another and another, and suddenly your skin tingles. For someone with myrmecophobia, ants are not tiny insects. They are living warnings of invasion. A single ant is never alone. Where there is one, there is a colony, hidden somewhere out of sight, hundreds or even thousands of silent bodies waiting to emerge. The fear is not unfounded. Ants are nature's perfect soldiers. They march in coordinated lines, follow invisible chemical trails, and can dismantle life on a scale that seems impossible for something so small. Army ants in the Amazon can strip an animal carcass to the bone in minutes. Even the tiny sugar ants in your house carry the same instinct for endless persistence. Then there is the experience of the swarm. One ant on your hand is a nuisance. A dozen is panic. Your skin becomes a map of phantom crawling sensations. Even after you shake them off, your mind keeps feeling the ghostly tickle of legs, as if they are still there, claiming territory on your body. Ants also trigger fear because they erase the boundary between inside and outside. Your home feels safe until the first line of ants breaches the kitchen wall. They do not knock. They do not warn. They simply arrive, turning your sanctuary into their highway. The phobia deepens with knowledge. Some ants sting, some bite. Some spray acid or inject venom that burns the skin. Even if the ants in your area are harmless, your mind whispers the same truth. Small things, multiplied, are unstoppable. And perhaps the most disturbing thought is this. The ants you see are only the surface. Beneath the ground, in walls, under floors, hidden networks of tunnels and chambers are alive with bodies. You never see the queen, but she is there, the beating heart of an empire that will not stop. Myrmecophobia isn't just a fear of ants. It's a fear of losing control to something smaller than you, a fear that the world is full of tiny, tireless invaders, and that size is not safety. And if a single crawling line can spark terror, what about the next fear, where the creature is bigger, wetter, and jumps right at you? Rhanitophobia, fear of frogs. It begins with the sound. That hollow, wet croak echoing from a pond at night. Most people hear it as part of nature. For someone with rhanitophobia, it is the sound of ambush. Frogs are not like other animals. They exist in the in-between, part land, part water, silent one moment and explosively mobile the next. 1 second, a muddy lump on the shore. The next, a leaping flash of slick, cold flesh, aiming unpredictably. You never know where it will land. The fear often begins in childhood, when a frog appears suddenly in a place you thought was safe, a garden, a sidewalk, a porch after rain. Its skin is wet and rubbery, its eyes round, glassy, and alien. Unlike birds or mammals, you cannot read its face. It simply stares, still as stone, until it erupts into motion, a splat of cold weight that sends a shiver down your spine. The horror deepens when you realize how stealthy and numerous frogs can be. Rain transforms the world into their territory. Suddenly, the ground feels alive. Dark green shapes cling to walls, drain pipes echo with croaks, and the shadows by the pond ripple with movement. To the phobic mind, every step outside is a lottery of ambush. And then there is the texture. To imagine touching a frog, or worse, having one jump onto your hand or leg, is enough to trigger a full-body recoil. The cold, slick, muscular body feels like something that shouldn't exist on land, a creature that belongs to the swamp and the dark. But perhaps the most disturbing part of rhanitophobia is the ancient, instinctive echo it awakens. Our ancestors evolved in a world where wet, slimy shapes often meant danger, poisonous amphibians, disease-carrying swamps, hidden predators watching from still water. When a frog leaps suddenly toward you, your body reacts as if it were a prehistoric threat, bypassing logic entirely. And unlike a snake or spider, a frog is unpredictable. It won't chase you. It doesn't want you. But it can appear anywhere after rain, and your brain keeps whispering, if one is here, there are more. Belonephobia, fear of sharp objects like needles, knives. The knife glints under the kitchen light. It's ordinary, just steel and a handle. But for someone with belonephobia, it's not a tool, it's a threat. Sharp objects have a unique power over the human mind. Unlike most dangers, they demand your attention. A flame or a car can hurt you, but a blade whispers harm just by existing, its edge promising a single, precise line of pain. The fear often begins with needles, because medical settings turn the abstract threat into a ritual of vulnerability. You sit in a chair, a stranger in gloves approaches with a syringe, and your entire nervous system screams to flee. The needle is small, but your mind fills in the story, piercing, blood, and the betrayal of your own skin. But belonephobia doesn't stop at the doctor's office. Knives, scissors, broken glass, even open safety pins can feel like predators waiting for a mistake. The kitchen becomes a minefield. Restaurants feel dangerous. And public spaces, where someone else might be careless with a sharp object, become anxiety traps. The deeper fear is loss of control. Sharp objects are not inherently alive, but the human brain treats them as active threats. Your eyes lock onto them, your heartbeat rises, and intrusive thoughts creep in, not just of being cut, but of the sudden, irreversible mistake that could happen in a fraction of a second. Even films can trigger it. A character slicing vegetables too fast, or a blade flashing in a fight scene, can make the phobic viewer look away or leave the room. Because the mind isn't just afraid of pain, it's afraid of fragility, the awareness that one slip is all it takes to cross the line between safe and wounded. Phobia is the fear of the fragile barrier between the inside and the outside of the body. It is the dread of the moment when that barrier is breached, even in imagination. And if a silent kitchen knife can hold this much terror, what about a fear where the threat doesn't just sit there but walks, groans, and chases you into the night? Kinemortophobia, fear of zombies. Imagine walking alone at night and hearing a slow, dragging step behind you. Not the confident rhythm of a living person, but a hesitant scrape, like something that forgot how to walk, but kept moving anyway. For most, zombies are fiction, a thrill in movies or video games. For someone with kinemortophobia, that thrill mutates into raw survival panic. The fear isn't only about the undead, it's about being hunted by something that shouldn't exist, something that cannot be reasoned with, that feels inevitable. The psychology behind this fear runs deeper than Hollywood. Humans are wired to fear the uncanny, things that are almost human but wrong. A walking corpse violates every instinct we have about life and death. Its empty eyes and broken movements trigger the same ancient alarm bells that warned our ancestors of disease, decay, and predators. We were never meant to feel safe around something that looks human but smells like death. Real-life experiences can make this phobia terrifyingly vivid. A funeral home, an abandoned hospital ward, a darkened room where a mannequin or figure in the corner momentarily seems alive. The mind fills in the motion, a twitch, a lurch, the first sign of unnatural pursuit. What's most disturbing is the psychological trap this fear creates. You can rationalize that zombies aren't real, but your body doesn't believe you. A creak in the hallway, a shadow at the edge of your vision, and suddenly you feel like prey in a world that's already ended. Even in broad daylight, you may catch yourself scanning crowds, your subconscious asking, what if something's off? Kinemortophobia is a fear of the impossible made flesh. It's the terror of watching life's rules break, of realizing the boundary between life and death is not as permanent as you thought. And unlike most threats, this one doesn't want to scare you. It wants to consume you. Some people can laugh it off in theaters. Others leave with their hearts racing, haunted by the echo of footsteps that don't belong. And while the dead that walk are only stories, there are fears where death is real, unblinking, and unavoidable. Not in the form of monsters, but in the cold, silent presence of death itself. Necrophobia, fear of dead things. Most fears have movement. Snakes slither, spiders crawl. Even the imagined zombie stumbles and chases. But necrophobia is different. It's the fear of absolute stillness, the weight of something that will never move again. For those with necrophobia, walking into a funeral home feels like entering a room full of silent danger. Not because the dead can harm you, but because their very presence bends your mind. You are standing in front of a lifeless human, and every instinct inside you is screaming, "This is wrong. This is a warning." The fear has ancient roots. For most of human history, death was not sanitized. Our ancestors buried their family with their own hands, saw the bodies of hunters who didn't return, smelled the rot that always followed life's end. To avoid the dead was to avoid disease. Even now, your body remembers that the still shape in the casket might carry invisible danger, not of attack, but of contamination, decay, and mortality itself. Necrophobia isn't just about seeing a corpse. It can be triggered by dead animals on the roadside, stuffed hunting trophies, even photographs of the deceased. The fear is existential. A dead body is the ultimate mirror of your own fragility. It whispers the truth most of us try to ignore. One day, this will be you. The physical reaction is primal. A tightening chest, the instinct to step back, eyes that can't stop looking but can't bear to look. Your rational mind may insist there is no threat, but evolution is louder, and it shouts, "Get away. Stay alive." What makes necrophobia uniquely disturbing is that it can creep into your thoughts long after the encounter is over. The memory of the body, its color, its stillness, the sense that the room itself felt heavier, can follow you home, slipping into dreams, or appearing in the corner of your mind when the house is dark and silent. And if a motionless corpse can send your heart into a sprint, imagine the next fear, where the dead are not lying peacefully in a casket, but wear a face, a grin, or a mask that hides the unknown beneath. Maskophobia, fear of masks. A face is supposed to be a window to the mind. We read tiny movements, the twitch of an eyebrow, the curve of a mouth, the subtle quiver of fear or joy, but a mask erases all that. It replaces the familiar with a blank lie. For someone with maskophobia, a carnival, a costume party, or even a simple Halloween aisle is a minefield of panic. A smiling clown mask is not funny. It's unnerving. A blank white mask isn't playful. It's a hollow stare that never blinks. Your body reacts before your mind can reason. This is wrong. This is not human. The fear often roots itself in the uncanny valley, that disturbing territory between real and unreal. When a mask moves with a living body, it short-circuits the brain's instincts. You know there is a person underneath, but you cannot read them. Are they friendly? Angry? Hunting you? The human brain thrives on facial cues. A mask starves you of safety. Historically, masks have always carried power and threat. Ancient shamans wore them to summon spirits. Executioners used them to strip themselves of humanity. Even in modern protests or crimes, a mask transforms a person into an anonymous force. It says, "You can't see me. You can't predict me." This fear can spiral from social discomfort into nightmarish anxiety. Imagine walking down a dark street, and a masked figure turns the corner. Your logical mind might whisper, "It's just someone in costume." But the primal part of you only sees a human shape with no soul. The body prepares to run, freeze, or fight, heart racing, breath shallow, every nerve screaming, something is hunting you, and it's smiling. Even in daylight, Mysophobia lingers. Store mannequins with featureless heads, medical masks in crowded rooms. The sight of a costumed mascot that makes everyone else laugh can make the phobic person feel trapped in a silent horror film. Masks strip away identity. They remind us how easily humanity can be hidden, replaced, or erased. And if a simple mask can turn the familiar into nightmare, what happens when the unmoving face isn't a disguise at all, but a lifeless doll staring back at you from the dark? Pediophobia, fear of dolls. A doll is supposed to be harmless, a child's companion, a tiny, smiling version of a human being. But for someone with pediophobia, that soft smile is a trap for the mind. You walk into a quiet room lined with porcelain dolls. Their glass eyes catch the light. Unblinking, each one fixed on you. They don't move. They don't speak. But you can't shake the feeling of being watched. It's a predator's stillness disguised as innocence. The fear of dolls is not just imagination. It's rooted in the uncanny valley, the same mental reflex that triggers when something is almost human, but wrong. Evolution wired us to trust human faces because they tell us everything, friend or foe, safe or threatening. A doll's face is a lie. It mimics humanity, but offers no soul behind the eyes. History only fuels this fear. Many cultures have given dolls supernatural weight. In Japan, the Ningyo dolls were said to hold spirits. In some African and Caribbean traditions, figures were used in rituals, carriers of luck, curses, or even death. Even the modern horror genre knows this instinct well. From Chucky to Annabelle, the scariest dolls are the ones that do almost nothing at all, because your brain does the rest. For someone with pediophobia, a single doll in the room can ignite primal dread. The mind starts testing reality. Did it just blink? Did it tilt its head? You know it can't move, but your body is already in flight mode, heart hammering, skin prickling, legs tense to run. The fear isn't just about the doll itself. It's about what it represents, that something human can be empty, that life can be faked, that innocence can mask danger. And if a lifeless doll can make your skin crawl, imagine the next fear, where the reflection of your own face can betray you, and the mirror in your home is no longer a place of safety. Catoptrophobia, fear of mirrors. A mirror is supposed to be harmless. It simply shows the world as it is. But for someone with catoptrophobia, a mirror is not a reflection, it's a doorway. A thin, silent barrier between the world you know and a world that might not follow the same rules. Imagine walking through your home at night. The lights are off. The air is heavy with stillness. And then you pass a mirror. For a split second, your brain registers movement in the dark glass. You freeze. Your own reflection seems to hesitate, as if it wasn't perfectly in sync. You know it's impossible, but the fear is older than reason. Catoptrophobia is a fear with ancient roots. In folklore, mirrors were said to steal souls. Some cultures covered mirrors after a death, afraid the spirit would get trapped inside. Others believed breaking a mirror didn't just cause bad luck, it shattered the barrier between the living and the other side. Modern psychology suggests this fear taps into something deeper than superstition. When you stare into a mirror long enough, your brain can distort your own face. It's called the Troxler effect. Eyes blur, cheeks seem to shift. The familiar becomes strange. You are forced to face a thought most of us bury. This is you, but it will not always be. The terror intensifies at night. Dim light, empty hallways, the silence of your own house broken only by the sound of your breath. A mirror becomes a black pool of suggestion. Your eyes search the glass, half hoping, half dreading that something else will appear, a shadow moving where it shouldn't, a smile that isn't yours, or nothing at all where you should be. For those with catoptrophobia, mirrors aren't just glass. They are a challenge to your sanity. They whisper that maybe, on the other side of that reflection, something is already watching you. And if facing your own reflection can unravel you, the next fear is worse, because sometimes it isn't you at all, but another human hiding in plain sight, where even the simplest feature, a beard, a hair, can become the trigger of revulsion. Pogonophobia, fear of beards. At first glance, a beard seems harmless, a sign of age, style, or identity. But for someone with pogonophobia, every whisker is a signal of unease, and a fully bearded face can trigger a rush of panic that feels almost primal. This fear might sound unusual, even amusing to those who have never felt it. But when you examine why beards can disturb, it becomes clearer. They hide the face. They break the pattern your brain expects. Humans rely on facial recognition for trust and survival. We are wired to study micro-expressions in the mouth, subtle shifts in the jaw, or tension around the chin to read intentions and emotions. A beard erases that data, turning a familiar human face into something obscured and unpredictable. In history, beards have carried symbolic weight. Warriors and kings wore them as intimidation. Hermits and prophets appeared with long, wild beards, separating themselves from society. Even in modern psychology, beards can trigger mixed signals. They suggest dominance, maturity, and sometimes aggression. To a mind already sensitive to threat, a bearded face can feel like a mask of nature. Pogonophobia can emerge in childhood, especially after a frightening encounter. A rough, scratchy face, leaning too close. An unfamiliar relative with a heavy, shadowed jaw, or simply the alienness of hair where smooth skin is expected. The brain remembers that jolt of wrongness and carries it into adulthood. For the phobic person, public life can become an obstacle course. A casual meeting, a subway ride, even a friendly conversation with a barista can feel like an ambush if the other person's face is hidden behind a forest of hair. The fear is rarely about the person themselves. It's about not knowing what lies beneath, the masking of humanity, the feeling of being tricked by appearance. And just as facial hair can unsettle, there's a related, quieter fear that creeps in unexpected places. The stray hair on a pillow, in the shower, or clinging to clothes, where something so small can trigger a reaction far bigger than reason. Trichophobia, fear of loose hairs. A single hair on a head is harmless. It's a symbol of life, health, and identity. But the moment that hair falls away for someone with trichophobia, it transforms into a tiny agent of disgust and fear. Imagine stepping out of the shower, relaxed and calm, when your eye catches something on the tile. A cluster of wet strands, spiraled like something alive. Your stomach tightens. Your skin prickles. You feel an almost irrational wave of revulsion, as if that small, weightless thing carries contamination, even danger. Trichophobia is not about vanity or messiness. It's about context. Hair on the head feels human. Hair off the head can feel alien, wrong, and dirty, detached from the body. It triggers the same part of the brain that reacts to parasites or decaying matter. Your instincts scream, avoid, withdraw, escape. This fear is often linked to childhood moments, watching a stray hair float in a drink, finding one in food, or feeling a cold, slimy strand stick to your hand in the sink. The sensation brands itself in memory, and over time, even the sight of loose hairs can spark a deep, instinctive panic. Modern psychology calls it a form of disgust response, a survival mechanism that protects us from disease or contamination. But in trichophobia, that response is amplified, turning everyday encounters into episodes of intense anxiety. The phobia doesn't just lurk in bathrooms or kitchens. It follows into public spaces, sitting on a bus and noticing a hair on the seat, reaching for a library book and finding one trapped in the pages. The brain whispers, if it's here, what else is unseen? And there's a darker edge, because hair can also carry identity, a trace of the body it came from. For some, the fear escalates into an existential dread. Each stray strand is a fragment of mortality, a reminder that the body is always shedding, always moving closer to its inevitable end. If something as small as a hair can trigger such discomfort, what happens when the fear turns towards something bigger, heavier, and far more intimate, the terrifying vulnerability of the human heart itself when confronted with love? Philophobia, fear of falling in love. Love is supposed to be the safest feeling in the world. Every movie, every song, every story tells us that to fall in love is to be complete. But for someone with philophobia, love is not a dream, it's a threat. The moment intimacy approaches, their heart does not flutter. It races in panic. The fear of falling in love is rarely about roses or candlelight. It is a fear of exposure, of letting someone see who you truly are. To love is to hand another person a loaded weapon called vulnerability and trust that they won't pull the trigger. For the philophobic mind, that trust feels like madness. This fear often grows from scars in memory. A childhood where affection was withdrawn, or love meant pain and betrayal. A past relationship that ended not just in heartbreak, but in loss of self, leaving the person afraid that love is simply a trap they'll never escape. Psychologists note that philophobia is more than shyness or inexperience. It triggers physiological responses like shaking hands, tight chest, and a near fight-or-flight reaction at the first sign of emotional closeness. Dating feels like walking a minefield. Compliments feel like tricks. A text message saying, "I miss you," can feel like a shadow reaching for your throat. The disturbing part is that philophobia can shape a life in silence. Many sufferers build walls around themselves, choosing solitude over risk. They watch love stories in movies and feel a mix of longing and terror. To the outside world, they seem independent, private, or even cold. Inside, they are haunted by the idea that to let someone in is to invite a slow destruction. Love is the ultimate paradox. It requires surrender to be felt fully, But for those with philophobia, surrender feels like death in disguise. And while they may avoid romance, life has a way of testing their walls. Automatoniphobia, fear of mannequins or humanoid figures. You're walking through a department store late in the evening. The place is quiet, almost too quiet. The fluorescent lights hum above the racks of clothes. And then you notice it, a figure standing in the corner, perfectly still, a man-shaped shadow dressed in a suit. Your chest tightens. For one heartbeat, you can't tell if it's alive. This is the heart of automatophobia, the fear of objects that imitate humanity but aren't human. Mannequins, wax figures, animatronics, all of them hover in the uncanny valley where your brain hesitates between trust and threat. From an evolutionary standpoint, your mind is built to scan for life. You recognize predators and allies by their subtle movements, the rise of a chest with breath, a flicker in the eyes, a twitch of muscle in the face. A mannequin robs you of that signal. It stands still as death, yet shaped like a person who could step toward you at any moment. Automatonophobia doesn't only live in stores. It haunts museums, where wax figures of historical people stand frozen in dim lighting, their eyes painted to follow you whether you move left or right. It lurks in theme parks, where animatronic animals or robots jerk with almost human movement, too close to real, but wrong in some quiet way. The fear isn't just physical. It taps into something primal, a distrust of imitation life. Anthropologists and psychologists suggest this fear comes from ancient survival instincts. If something looks human but doesn't behave human, the brain senses disease, death, or deception. It is nature's warning. This is not safe. And there's another layer. Mannequins and humanoid figures are often used to replace real humans. A window display filled with them is a silent gallery of absence, a hint of a world where life is reduced to posed shells of itself. Some people freeze in terror, their pulse racing, their body waiting for the impossible, that one of the figures might finally breathe. In certain abandoned malls or closed amusement parks, this fear intensifies to a nightmare reality. Dust settles on unmoving faces, their smiles faded, their glass eyes reflecting the faintest light. No one is alive here, and yet it feels like they are watching. Glossophobia, fear of seeing one's reflection. You flick on the bathroom light at night, the mirror stares back at you, reflecting your own face, and yet for a split second, it doesn't feel like you. This is the quiet terror of Ichthyophobia, the fear of mirrors, or more precisely, seeing your reflection. For most of us, mirrors are harmless. We glance at them every day, confirming that we exist, fixing hair, adjusting clothes. But for someone with this phobia, the mirror is a portal to dread. It's not always vanity or superstition. Sometimes it's a psychological dissonance. The mind recoils at the proof of self. There's something haunting about realizing the person staring back is you, trapped behind glass, a silent copy that knows your every flaw. Anthropologists note that cultures across the world have long associated mirrors with souls and spirits. Some believed mirrors could steal your essence. Others covered them after death, fearing that a wandering soul might get trapped inside the glass. Even today, urban legends whisper about mirrors as doorways for the supernatural, where staring too long might let something else stare back. Psychologists see a different layer. Mirrors force self-confrontation. In moments of anxiety or guilt, even a familiar reflection can feel alien, accusing, or wrong. Some sufferers describe seeing themselves and feeling that the image is off by a fraction, like an actor in a skin they can't fully recognize. The most disturbing episodes happen in dim lighting or isolation. A person with Ichthyophobia might avoid mirrors altogether or cover every reflective surface in their home. Even the black screen of a phone or window at night can spark that sharp pulse of fear because reflections are everywhere and they are inescapable reminders of self. What makes this phobia linger in the mind isn't just the fear of mirrors, it's the unspoken question it awakens. If the image isn't truly you, then who is looking back? Paraskevadikatriophobia. Fear of Friday the 13th. It's just a date on the calendar, a square with a number in it. And yet, for millions of people, Friday the 13th carries a pulse of dread. Hotels skip the 13th floor. Airlines avoid boarding passengers in row 13. Some refuse to leave their house at all. This is paraskevadikatriophobia, the fear of Friday the 13th. It's not simply a quirk. For those who feel it deeply, this date is a day of shadows, a moment when bad luck is not just possible, but inevitable. Where does this fear come from? Historians trace its roots to a collision of superstitions. In many cultures, the number 12 symbolizes completion and order. 12 months, 12 zodiac signs, 12 apostles. 13 breaks the pattern, a stray number that feels out of place, a step beyond balance into chaos. Layer that with Friday's dark legacy. In Christian tradition, Friday was the day of the crucifixion. Sailors once considered it unlucky to set sail on Fridays. And on Friday, October 13, 1307, King Philip IV of France ordered the mass arrest of the Knights Templar, leading to torture and executions that branded the date with blood and betrayal. When you combine an unlucky day with an unlucky number, you create a perfect storm of superstition. Even in modern times, this fear costs real money, stock markets dip, businesses see fewer sales, and an estimated $800 million is lost every time Friday the 13th rolls around. But beneath the statistics, there's something psychologically primal about this phobia. Humans are pattern-seeking creatures. We want the world to make sense. When something terrible happens on this date, it etches deeper into memory, reinforcing the belief that this day is different, cursed, watching you. For some, the anxiety starts days before the 13th arrives. A broken mirror, a black cat, or a near miss on the highway becomes proof that the curse is real. Others stay home, triple-checking locks, waiting for the day to pass like a storm. And here's the strange part: even if you don't believe in it, a tiny echo of unease can creep in when you notice the date on your phone. Because if so many people, across so many centuries, have feared this day, what if they were right? Hexaphobia, fear of 666. Some fears are born in darkness, others are printed in numbers, and few numbers cast a longer shadow than 666. It's just 3 digits, a simple pattern on a page, and yet it has followed humanity for nearly 2,000 years like a whispered curse. This is hexaphobia, the fear of the number 666. Its roots reach back to the Book of Revelation, the apocalyptic finale of the Christian Bible. In chapter 13, the number appears as the number of the beast, a symbol of ultimate evil, the mark of the Antichrist. For centuries, this number has carried an aura of spiritual danger. Medieval Christians believed that even writing it down invited misfortune or demonic attention. Today, the superstition lingers. People avoid phone numbers ending in 666. Highways renumber exits to 665A or 667. Airlines and apartment buildings quietly skip these sequences, as if to outsmart fate. But there's another deeper reason this fear persists. Numbers feel inescapable. You can close your eyes to a mirror, avoid a dark alley, but numbers live everywhere, on receipts, clocks, license plates. For someone with this phobia, spotting 6666 is like hearing footsteps behind you. It turns the mundane into an omen. And the human brain is a pattern machine. Once it's sensitized to 666, it seems to appear everywhere. A grocery total of 6666, a timestamp of 6666, or 7 or 6 that feels too close. The 6th floor, the 6th aisle, the 6th room. Each encounter brings a surge of tension, a private battle with an invisible curse. Some take it further. In rare cases, people refuse to leave home if their address or phone number contains these digits. One man in Georgia successfully petitioned the state to change his license plate because it read Lucky 6666, which to him felt like a death sentence on wheels. But perhaps the most unsettling part is not the number itself, but the idea behind it, that something purely symbolic can reach into your life and alter reality. Whether or not evil is real, fear can make the world feel haunted. A simple number becomes a shadow that follows, not because it has power, but because you believe it does. Nomophobia, fear of being without a phone. Your phone dies. The screen goes black. No notifications, no messages, no map, no lifeline. It's just you, alone with your own thoughts. For many people today, this isn't a small inconvenience. It's a surge of panic. This is nomophobia, the fear of being without a mobile phone. And though it sounds like a modern joke, for millions, it's real and visceral. Psychologists coined the term in 2008 after noticing that people experienced withdrawal-like anxiety when separated from their devices. We may carry phones in our pockets, but they've become part of our nervous system. They connect us to friends, family, work, and the constant flow of information. When that connection snaps, it feels like a piece of your brain went missing. Imagine this. You're walking through a crowded city, realizing you left your phone at home. Your chest tightens. Every vibration in your pocket is phantom. You start to feel exposed, vulnerable, cut off from the safety net of the world. Studies show that for some, heart rate and cortisol levels spike when their phone battery runs low or when they're unable to check it. The fear isn't just about missing calls, it's about losing orientation in modern life. No phone means no GPS, no payment apps, no instant answers, no proof you exist in the digital social fabric we've built. And that's the disturbing part. This is not a fear of a physical threat. No wild animal is chasing you. No storm is overhead. Yet your brain reacts as if you've been dropped into danger. In the modern world, we have rewired fear itself, from predators and survival to isolation and disconnection. Nomophobia exposes a deeper truth, that our sense of safety is now outsourced to a glowing screen. The thought of living without it feels like stepping into a void. And as technology burrows deeper into daily life, you can't help but wonder, are we carrying our phones, or are they carrying us? Phobia, fear of being touched. Someone reaches for your shoulder, a handshake, a friendly pat, a casual brush in a crowd. To most people, it's nothing. To you, it's a spark of panic. This is phobia, the fear of being touched. It's not simply shyness, nor just discomfort with strangers. For some, even the lightest contact can feel like an invasion, a trap, a boundary crossed that the mind interprets as danger. Touch is the oldest form of communication we know. Before words, before writing, human survival depended on physical closeness. Infants literally cannot survive without touch from a caregiver. Our nervous system evolved to read it as comfort, bonding, safety. So why would the same act send some people into waves of fear? The answer is a shadow of trauma and control. Sometimes this phobia grows from a history of abuse or violation, where touch was paired with pain or fear, rewiring the body to treat any approach as a threat. Even without trauma, it can develop as hypervigilance, a subconscious fear of losing personal space or being trapped in vulnerability. Imagine walking through a busy subway station. Someone brushes against your arm. Your skin crawls with electricity. The crowd feels like a wall of invisible hands, and every instinct screams escape. It's not logical. It's biological rebellion, and modern life doesn't make it easier. Elevators, airports, concerts, everywhere proximity is forced. For someone with phobia, a normal day in a crowd can feel like hours of combat with their own nervous system. Heart racing, adrenaline flooding, eyes scanning for the next touch they can't avoid. There's a paradox here. Humans are wired for connection, yet this fear isolates. Avoiding touch often means avoiding people entirely. trading connection for the safety of distance. And maybe that's the most haunting part. A hand extended in kindness is received as a silent threat, and the world that should feel warm and shared becomes a place of constant retreat. Cacophobia, fear of ugliness. You're walking down a street you've walked 100 times before, but today, a face in a window freezes you. There's nothing dangerous about it. No weapon, no threat, just something off, something wrong. Your chest tightens, your skin crawls, and an instinct you can't explain whispers, "Run." This is cacophobia, the fear of ugliness. It sounds cruel, maybe even superficial, but this isn't about vanity. It's ancient, primal psychology at work. Humans are wired to detect beauty and symmetry. Evolution taught our eyes to read balance, smoothness, proportion as signs of health and safety. A clear sky means no storm. A straight tree means no disease, and a symmetrical face. It meant fertility, vitality, survival. Cacophobia flips this instinct into terror. When the brain spots something, it reads as wrong: a scarred mannequin, a rotting fruit, or even an asymmetrical human face. It screams danger. Sometimes this comes from trauma. Sometimes it blooms from the uncanny valley, that eerie sense when something is almost normal, but not quite. Imagine being trapped in a crowded subway and catching sight of someone with a feature that your mind unfairly labels as unsettling. Your stomach knots, your eyes dart away, and a wave of irrational panic floods your chest. It's not hate. It's not cruelty. It's the raw animal brain whispering, "Something here could hurt you." This fear can escalate. People with cacophobia avoid certain faces, certain places, even certain art or media that feels twisted or deformed. They might struggle at work, avoid public spaces, or develop rituals to shield themselves from visual triggers. And in the darkest moments, cacophobia reveals something terribly human. Our fear of ugliness is really our fear of decay, danger, and death hiding in plain sight. Because if beauty meant survival, then ugliness whispers its opposite. Amatophobia, fear of eyes. You feel it before you see it. A weight on the back of your neck, an invisible thread pulling your attention. You turn, and there it is, someone's gaze, locked on you like a spotlight you never asked for. For most people, eye contact is uncomfortable at worst. For someone with amatophobia, the fear of eyes, it's a living nightmare. A glance becomes a threat. A stare feels like exposure. Even the thought of being seen can send the heart into a sprint of panic. Eyes are the oldest mirrors of life. Predators evolve eyes to lock on prey. Predator evolves the instinct to flee the gaze. Even today, if a wild animal fixes its eyes on you, every cell in your body knows the script: run or freeze. Amatophobia hijacks that script and drags it into everyday life. A coworker looking over at your desk. A stranger glancing your way on the train. Even a photograph of a face can trigger the same jolt of fear. Some people with this phobia can't look at paintings of eyes, animal eyes, or even their own reflection. Because eyes aren't just organs of sight, they are symbols of judgment, surveillance, and danger. To be seen is to be vulnerable, and vulnerability to the primal brain is the first step toward death. Imagine walking into a meeting and feeling like 100 silent predators are tracking your every move. The air thickens. Your skin tingles. Your hands shake as if the room itself is closing in. There's no physical attack, but your body doesn't know that. It only knows the feeling of being hunted. And that's the disturbing core of amatophobia. It turns the simple act of being seen into an existential threat. The world becomes a stage you never auditioned for, and every pair of eyes is a silent question your mind can't bear to answer. Oikophobia, fear of household spaces or objects. Home. It's supposed to be the safest place you know. The walls keep the storms out. The doors keep the world away. But for someone with oikophobia, the fear of the home, household spaces, or objects, the very place that should comfort you, feels like a silent predator waiting in the dark. Imagine walking through your living room and feeling an uneasy pressure in your chest. The couch looks wrong. The lamp feels threatening. Even the walls seem to lean in. It's irrational, but your body reacts as if your own home has turned against you. This fear can take many forms. For some, it's a specific object, a refrigerator, a staircase, a chandelier that sparks inexplicable dread. For others, it's entire rooms. The bedroom that feels like a trap, the basement like a mouth waiting to swallow you whole. You hesitate to enter, you leave lights on, even in the middle of the day because darkness in your own home feels alive. Psychologists believe oikophobia can root in trauma or learned associations. A childhood home where arguments raged. A house where someone fell ill or died. Even a single startling incident can rewire your brain to link familiar spaces with danger and suffocation. Then there's the subtle side. Modern life has trained us to think of home as the ultimate comfort zone, but it's also where we are most vulnerable. At home, we're unguarded. We sleep there. We store our lives there. If safety feels compromised, the very idea of home collapses into fear. Real life becomes a maze. You avoid the kitchen because the hum of the fridge feels like it's whispering at you. You keep glancing behind you in the hallway as if something is about to step out from a doorframe. And eventually, your refuge feels like a cage, each creak of the floorboards a reminder that you are never truly at rest. The most chilling part? When the place you should feel most safe turns into the place you fear the most, there's nowhere left to run. Thanatophobia, fear of making or receiving phone calls. The phone rings. A simple, harmless sound. But for someone with thanatophobia, the fear of making or receiving phone calls, that sound isn't a notification. It's an alarm. A spike of electricity in the chest. A warning that something is coming for you. You hesitate to answer. Your mind races through possibilities. Is it bad news? Is it someone angry? Will you have to speak perfectly or risk embarrassment? The fear doesn't always make sense, but it doesn't have to. Your heart is already racing. Thanatophobia is a modern anxiety, born in a world that never stops buzzing. Unlike a text or an email, a phone call demands presence. It interrupts. It forces you into a conversation without time to rehearse or escape. And for some, that pressure feels like standing under a spotlight with nowhere to hide. Real-life examples are everywhere. Someone applies for a job but can't pick up the recruiter's call. A student lets the phone ring when the doctor tries to give test results. A person sees mom or boss flash on the screen and feels a wave of nausea. Even dialing out can trigger the panic, fumbling over what to say, imagining rejection, or fearing the unknown voice on the other side. At its core, this phobia is about loss of control. Texts give you time to craft an answer. Social media gives you filters and distance, but a phone call is raw and unfiltered. You can be caught off guard, your words stumbling out, your private self suddenly exposed. It might start small, letting a call go to voicemail, waiting just a minute before calling back. But over time, life can become a series of avoided rings, missed connections, and opportunities that slip through trembling hands. The chilling part? A phone call is one of the most ancient human lifelines, a voice reaching out, a tether between two people. When that thread itself becomes a source of terror, you start to drift in isolation, cutting yourself off from the world one silenced ringtone at a time. Anthophobia, fear of flowers. You finally silence the phone. The house is quiet again. For a moment, it feels safe. But then your eyes catch something on the table, a vase of fresh flowers. Perfect, harmless, and suddenly wrong. This is anthophobia, the fear of flowers. It sounds almost poetic, like something from a fairy tale. But for those who feel it, it's anything but gentle. A bouquet can spark an invisible panic, the sight of petals setting off a chain of thoughts they can't control. Flowers carry layers of meaning in our minds. They celebrate life at weddings and birthdays, but they also mark death, laid gently over graves or sent in moments of grief. That duality, life and death, beauty and decay, can trigger a visceral reaction. A rose isn't just a rose, it's a silent messenger of things ending. Then there's the biology. A flower isn't just decoration, it's alive, quietly spreading pollen, carrying the potential for allergic reactions, even symbolizing insects and hidden life. For someone with anthophobia, this awareness twists into obsession. They might see a sunflower and picture bees crawling, or a lily and imagine the sweet smell of decay as petals begin to rot in the vase. Real-life stories are haunting. A person avoids gardens, crosses the street to dodge a florist's display, or panics if handed a bouquet in celebration. Even images of flowers online can set off a ripple of unease. It's not the danger. Flowers rarely hurt anyone. It's the symbolism. The feeling that nature's most innocent gesture is whispering about endings and vulnerability. In a way, anthophobia reminds us how easily beauty and fear intertwine. A thing designed to delight the senses can, in the wrong mind, become a harbinger of unease, proof that terror lives in the small details we usually overlook. Hemophobia, fear of loneliness. The last bouquet wilts in its vase. The room is quiet, and for the first time you realize just how empty it is. No voices, no footsteps, only the faint hum of the refrigerator and the whisper of your own breathing. For most people, this is peace. But for someone with eremophobia, the fear of loneliness, this silence feels like a suffocating weight. It's the moment you understand that you are truly alone, and there's no one coming to break the stillness. Loneliness is not the same as solitude. Solitude can be chosen, an artist painting at midnight, a traveler walking through a quiet forest. But loneliness chooses you. It comes as a shadow that grows louder with each tick of the clock. The air feels thicker, the walls lean in. Even your own thoughts start to sound like someone else's voice. Psychologists call it a social survival instinct. Humans are wired for connection. Isolation was once a death sentence in nature. When we're cut off, the brain reacts as if we're under immediate threat. Heart rate spikes. Cortisol rises. Your body prepares for danger that never physically arrives, because the predator is emptiness itself. Modern life makes this fear even sharper. We scroll endlessly through social feeds to feel less alone, but the more we scroll, the more we notice that we're not part of the world we're watching. The fear of loneliness grows in the gap between seeing connection and feeling none of it. Eremophobia can make people avoid being home alone, leave the TV on for hours, or even tolerate toxic relationships just to escape the horrifying echo of their own company. And the cruel paradox, the fear of loneliness often drives the very behaviors that push people further away. There's a special kind of dread in knowing that if you screamed right now, no one would hear you. It's a fear that doesn't live in the shadows or in nature. It lives in the spaces we call empty. And just when the weight of solitude feels unbearable, imagine the opposite: touch, a hand on your shoulder, an accidental brush in a crowd. For some, this is comfort. For others, it's the next terror, haphophobia, the fear of physical contact, where the simplest human gesture can feel like a violation or a trap. Phobia, fear of physical contact. The hand reaches for yours. It's a simple gesture, a handshake, a pat on the shoulder, a hug offered without thought. For most people, it's warmth. For someone with phobia, it's terror in disguise. Agoraphobia is the fear of being touched. It's not just shyness. It's not just a dislike of hugs. It's a physical, visceral reaction, like their skin has become a raw nerve. Even the thought of contact can make the heart race, muscles tense, and breath catch in the throat. Sometimes this fear has a clear origin, a childhood trauma, abuse, or a single memory that taught the body that touch equals danger. Other times, it's subtler, sensory overload from conditions like autism, or associations with contamination that bleed into a panic response. The result is the same: touch becomes threat. In daily life, Haphiphobia is a quiet nightmare. A crowded subway car is a gauntlet of terror. The office handshake becomes a moment of silent dread. A friend leaning in for a hug can feel like an ambush. The brain reacts as if a predator is near. Cortisol floods the system, heart rate spikes, and all they want to do is escape their own skin. Psychologists note that the skin is the body's largest sensory organ. It's where connection and threat meet first. We're wired to experience safety through touch. A gentle hand on a newborn lowers its heart rate instantly. For someone with Haphiphobia, that primal comfort is inverted. A hug doesn't calm the heart, it sets it on fire. This fear isolates. It complicates love. Even small gestures, a doctor checking a pulse, a stranger brushing against them in a line, can feel like violations. Many sufferers build invisible walls, avoiding dates, public transport, even family gatherings. The cost isn't just social, it's a deep psychological exhaustion from being in a world where human contact is unavoidable. And as the fear of touch grows, the next terror creeps in quietly, waiting in the hours after nightfall. Because even when no one is around to touch you, your own mind can reach for you. That is the fear of sleep. Hypnophobia, where closing your eyes feels like surrendering to the unknown that waits in the dark. Hypnophobia, fear of sleep. The world tells you that sleep is safe, that it's where the body heals, where the mind resets. But for someone with hypnophobia, the fear of sleep, nightfall is not a comfort, it's a threat that comes like a tide. Imagine lying in bed, lights out, and instead of drowsiness, you feel your chest tighten. The room seems darker than it should be. Your heart starts to pound, and a thought creeps in. If I close my eyes, I might not wake up. For some, hypnophobia grows from trauma or panic disorders, but it often hides in people who seem normal by day. The fear is primitive and stubborn, part survival instinct, part imagination. To sleep is to surrender control, and the brain, already on edge, refuses to hand over the keys. The real world feeds this fear in subtle ways. A news story about someone dying in their sleep, a nightmare that feels too real, or even sleep paralysis, where the body is frozen and the mind hallucinates dark figures watching from the corner. These experiences leave scars that turn bedtime into a battlefield. The human body needs sleep, the way it needs air. When hypnophobia keeps it away, the effects are brutal. After 24 hours awake, concentration and reaction time collapse. After 48, microsleeps intrude, moments where the brain shuts down for seconds without your consent. After 72, the line between reality and hallucination blurs. The fear of sleep can create the very nightmares the sufferer is running from. Real cases can be chilling. Some patients with extreme hypnophobia develop rituals to delay bedtime for hours, checking locks repeatedly, leaving lights and TVs on, or sleeping upright in chairs to trick the body into resting without fully sleeping. There are even recorded instances of sudden unexpected nocturnal death syndrome, SUNDS, fueling phobia in certain communities where sleep is seen not as a refuge but a gamble. And as exhaustion builds, the world starts to warp. Shadows seem to move. A whisper sounds like a voice. The fear of sleep doesn't just live at night. It infects the day with paranoia and dread. And yet there is something worse waiting for some. Because if you fear sleep long enough, you may start to fear dreaming, and the thin line between dreams and falling asleep forever. Which leads us into the next shadow, somnophobia, the fear of falling asleep itself. Somnophobia, fear of falling asleep. Most people slip into sleep without thinking. The eyelids grow heavy, the thoughts blur into fragments, and consciousness drifts away. But for someone with somnophobia, the fear of falling asleep, this gentle process becomes a nightly fight for survival. Somnophobia is different from hypnophobia. Hypnophobia is fear of sleep itself, but somnophobia is about the moment you lose control, that split second where awareness fades. It's like standing on the edge of a cliff, knowing that if you step off, you might never come back. People with somnophobia often describe an overwhelming sense of doom as they start to doze. The heart races, the stomach twists, and the body fights to stay awake. It's a cruel paradox. The more they resist sleep, the more exhaustion drags them toward it, which only makes the panic spike harder. Sometimes, the fear is rooted in trauma or medical scares. Perhaps a person once fainted unexpectedly and woke up terrified, or they experienced sleep paralysis, where they were trapped in their own body, seeing shadowy figures crawl toward their bed. That memory lingers like a scar, and the brain starts to associate the act of falling asleep with danger. Modern life can make this fear worse. People scroll their phones late into the night, reading stories about cardiac arrest and sleep, or stumble on forums where night terrors and sudden death become whispered myths that etch into the mind. And then the cycle begins. They lie in bed, fully alert, monitoring every heartbeat, every muscle twitch, terrified that this breath could be the last before the void. The effects are devastating. Some develop insomnia that spirals into health problems, weakened immunity, memory lapses, even hallucinations from prolonged sleep deprivation. Others invent strange bedtime rituals, propping themselves up to avoid deep sleep, keeping lights and TV on, or setting alarms to jolt themselves awake before they can drift too far. But the cruelest part of somnophobia is that sleep always wins. The body eventually shuts down, and consciousness slips away whether they want it to or not. And in that surrender lies the deepest horror. That moment of helplessness, like stepping into a black ocean where no one can follow. Yet night is not done testing human fear, because while some dread sleep, others dread the sounds that shatter it, entering the world of phonophobia, the fear of loud sounds, where every sudden noise feels like an attack from the dark. Phonophobia, fear of loud sounds. Silence is fragile. It feels like safety, until it's shattered. For someone with phonophobia, a sudden noise isn't just startling, it's a weapon against their nervous system. Picture a quiet room at night. The world feels still. Then, out of nowhere, a car backfires outside, or a plate crashes to the floor. Most people jump, then recover in seconds. But for the phonophobic, that single explosion of sound can trigger a full fight-or-flight response. The heart slams in the chest, the lungs forget how to breathe, and every instinct screams, "You are in danger." Phonophobia can start innocently, maybe after one traumatic experience with a sudden sound, a gunshot near home, a car crash on a quiet road, or fireworks that came too close. The brain takes that moment of terror and brands all loud noises as threats. From then on, the world becomes a minefield of sound. In daily life, it's suffocating. Phonophobics often avoid crowded places, fearing sirens, alarms, or sudden shouts. Some refuse to enter movie theaters or busy streets. Even at home, life shrinks. Headphones, earplugs, or constant monitoring become armor against an unpredictable world. And here's where it becomes truly disturbing. Prolonged fear of sound can rewire the mind. The body anticipates danger before it happens, turning normal sounds into psychological torture. A dog bark becomes a spike of adrenaline. A neighbor slamming a door feels like a threat from the universe itself. Over time, this hypervigilance feeds isolation and exhaustion. History is littered with extreme cases. Soldiers returning from war zones sometimes develop phonophobia after months of living under constant shelling. A single car honk on a city street can send them diving for cover, their bodies reliving battles that ended years ago. This isn't imagination. It's the nervous system locking them in survival mode. And the cruel irony, you can't escape sound. Even silence carries the weight of waiting for it to end. Every creak, every distant shout feels like a countdown to the next jolt of terror. But fear has layers. If sound can betray you, then so can light. For the next fear waits in the brightness. Photophobia, the fear of light itself, where the very act of seeing becomes a source of pain and panic. Photophobia, fear of light. Most fears hide in the dark. Photophobia is the opposite. Here, light itself becomes the enemy. For most people, sunlight is comforting. It warms your face, illuminates the room, makes the world feel alive. But for someone with photophobia, a sudden burst of brightness is like a blade across the senses. Their eyes ache, their head throbs, and panic crawls up their spine. Photophobia isn't always about the emotion of fear. It's also physical. It can appear alongside migraines, eye disorders, or neurological issues, where even normal light feels like an attack. Imagine living in a world where walking outside at noon feels like staring into a welding torch, where a friend turns on the bathroom light and your whole body recoils as if struck. Some sufferers darken their homes like caves, heavy curtains, tinted windows, rooms lit only by the softest lamps. Others venture out only at dusk or night, transforming everyday life into a reverse existence. And the fear isn't just about pain, it's about exposure. Bright light makes people feel vulnerable, as if every flaw, every weakness is revealed under its glare. Ancient myths often linked light to truth and judgment. In a way, photophobia touches the same primal nerve. Light exposes, light burns. And for the photophobic mind, safety exists only in shadow, but shadows carry their own dangers. Because where darkness lingers, another fear waits, xenophobia, the fear of strangers and the unknown, a fear that turns every quiet street or unfamiliar face into a story your mind writes in terror. Xenophobia, fear of strangers or the unknown. Fear doesn't always need fangs or shadows. Sometimes it wears a human face. Xenophobia is the fear of the unfamiliar, strangers, outsiders, or even entire cultures you don't understand. It's not just prejudice. At its core, it's a biological alarm from the days when survival depended on knowing who was us and who was them. Imagine walking down a lonely street at night. A group of strangers appears at the corner. They aren't doing anything threatening, but your chest tightens anyway. Your mind floods with instinctive suspicion. What if they mean harm? This is the ancient part of your brain, the amygdala, screaming that the unknown is dangerous. Xenophobia can grow quietly, feeding on stories, rumors, or traumatic events. A child who once got lost in a foreign place might carry that unease into adulthood. A person raised on fearful news reports might flinch at anyone who speaks another language. The fear mutates from self-protection into avoidance, then into isolation. History shows xenophobia's darker face. Entire wars have been sparked because one group feared another before truly knowing them. But on the personal level, it feels like constant hypervigilance. Some sufferers avoid travel, diverse neighborhoods, or even social gatherings where unknown faces might appear. The world shrinks into a small circle of the familiar, and anything outside it feels like a threat waiting to happen. Psychologists warn that unchecked xenophobia feeds other anxieties. It makes the world look like a map of danger, where every border is a warning sign, and once your mind labels unknown as unsafe, life becomes a maze of imaginary traps. But fear is never finished with you, because if the stranger outside can feel like a threat, so can the stranger within, the reminder that one day you will face your own mortality, and that is a fear no border can keep out. Thanatophobia, expanded, fear of one's own mortality. Some fears are outside of you, spiders, snakes, strangers. But thanatophobia turns the fear inward, to the one truth that cannot be escaped. You will die. Unlike the general fear of death, thanatophobia is personal and relentless. It's not about corpses, funerals, or horror movies. It's about your own vanishing, the day the world will continue without you. It often starts as a whisper at night. You're lying in bed, the room is quiet, and your mind slips toward the thought, what happens when my heart stops? Will I feel the last second? Will I simply stop existing? Your chest tightens, your stomach drops. And suddenly, the darkness feels infinite and predatory. Psychologists describe it as a cognitive loop. The more you think about death, the more the fear magnifies, until your own thoughts feel like a trap. Some sufferers report panic attacks while planning vacations, birthdays, even weddings, moments meant for joy sabotaged by the thought that time is slipping away. Thanatophobia often drives people into obsession or avoidance. Some research every health symptom, hoping to outsmart the inevitable. Others bury themselves in distraction, afraid that a single quiet moment will awaken the terror again. Across history, this fear has fueled religion, art, and philosophy. Egyptian pharaohs built pyramids to cheat oblivion. Stoic philosophers meditated on mortality to dull its sting. Modern culture hides it under anti-aging creams, gym memberships, and the endless scroll of screens, anything to pretend that the clock isn't ticking. But deep down, we all hear it, that subtle, gnawing reminder that life is on loan. And for some, this fear grows so loud that even existence itself can feel like a weight they can't carry. Which brings us to the final descent, panophobia and Ichthyophobia, where fear expands until it swallows everything. Panophobia, fear of everything. Imagine waking up, and the very act of being awake feels dangerous. Panophobia is not a single fear. It is all fear, a state where the world itself becomes hostile and unbearable. Every sound is a warning. Every shadow is a threat. Every possibility, from the knock at the door to the whisper of wind in the trees, feels like the prelude to disaster. Psychologists sometimes link panophobia to severe anxiety disorders or trauma, where the brain's alarm system never turns off. The amygdala, the ancient fear center of the brain, starts firing at everything: familiar streets, friendly faces, even your own reflection. Life becomes an endless game of anticipating what might go wrong. Sufferers often withdraw completely. The outside world feels like a minefield, but staying inside doesn't bring relief. The walls feel like they're listening. The house creaks like it's keeping secrets, and even silence can feel predatory. History is full of figures who seemed haunted by this kind of fear. Some medieval monks wrote of feeling pursued by invisible demons, seeing omens in every bird or crackling fire. Modern sufferers describe a constant hyper-awareness, as if the world is a predator and they are always prey. Panophobia is terrifying not just because the fear is constant, but because it erodes trust in reality. When everything is a threat, you can no longer tell what is real danger and what is your mind turning life into a horror story. And if you follow that fear far enough down, you reach the final abyss, Ichthyophobia, when it's not the world you fear anymore, but the very fact that you exist in it. Ichthyophobia, fear of existence itself. There is a fear so deep that it doesn't need a spider, a dark alley, or even the thought of death to awaken it. It strikes in moments of stillness, when the world is quiet and you suddenly feel the weight of a question you can't put into words. What am I? Why am I here? How can I exist at all? And what does it mean? Ichthyophobia is the fear of existence itself. It is not the fear of dying. It is the terror of being alive, of realizing that your consciousness is trapped inside a fragile body on a spinning rock in an infinite, indifferent universe. For some, this fear begins with a spark, a late-night thought, a philosophy class, a documentary about the size of the cosmos. You imagine Earth floating in endless black, a dot among trillions of dots, and the realization hits like a falling elevator. I am real, I am here, and I don't know why. People with Ichthyophobia describe a wave of vertigo in the soul. Looking in the mirror feels wrong, as if the eyes staring back belong to a stranger. Every breath, every heartbeat becomes a reminder that you are suspended between birth and death for no reason you can fully grasp. Some sufferers spiral into existential dread, avoiding deep thought because thinking itself feels like touching a live wire. Others fall into panic attacks while doing ordinary things, pouring coffee, sitting in traffic, because suddenly the sheer absurdity of being crashes into awareness. Philosophers have wrestled with this abyss for centuries. Jean-Paul Sartre called it nausea, the sickening recognition that existence has no clear script. Camus argued that life's absurdity can either crush you or liberate you, but for someone with Ichthyophobia, that freedom feels like falling into infinite space. This is the final descent of fear, where nothing chases you, nothing stalks you in the dark, and yet the simple act of being here feels like standing at the edge of a bottomless cliff. Astraphobia, fear of stars or space. Step outside on a clear night, far from city lights, and look up. The stars are beautiful. Yes, but they are also merciless. Each point of light is a sun unimaginably far away, blazing silently in a vacuum that could swallow every thought you've ever had. Astrophobia is not just fear of the night sky. It is the paralyzing dread that comes from recognizing how small and fragile you really are beneath that endless black ceiling. For some, it begins with a simple moment, a camping trip, a night drive in the desert, or a late walk where clouds part and the Milky Way reveals itself. Suddenly, the beauty becomes hostile, and your chest tightens with a single inescapable truth. I am standing on a rock floating in an infinite airless void. Sufferers describe feeling vertigo on solid ground, as though they might fall upward into nothing. Even photographs of galaxies or videos from space can trigger a cold sweat because they collapse the comforting illusion that Earth is big, stable, and safe. The reality is brutal. We are trapped on a fragile sphere, spinning around a star, in a galaxy hurtling through a silent, merciless abyss. History gives this fear context. Medieval people imagined a protective dome of heavens with God's kingdom above. When that dome shattered, when telescopes revealed billions of worlds, a new terror was born, the recognition that the universe is not built for us. Modern sufferers sometimes avoid stargazing, space documentaries, or even conversations about the cosmos. What inspires wonder in others awakens a private horror in them, the fear that if they think too long about it, they'll mentally drift away and never return to the comfort of feeling safe on Earth. And yet space is only the first shadow. Because once you fear the stars themselves, it's only a matter of time before you start fearing the cold, pale light of the moon hanging silently above your roof. Selenophobia. Fear of the moon. The moon feels harmless. It drifts silently in the sky, a familiar companion to poets, lovers, and late-night wanderers. But for some, the moon is not comforting at all. It is terrifying, a pale and watchful face that follows them wherever they go. Selenophobia can begin subtly. A person steps outside at night and feels an uneasy awareness of that glowing disk above them. It is not just light, it is presence. Unlike the sun, the moon does not warm or blind. It just watches, cold and silent, casting strange shadows that make the familiar world feel alien and unsafe. For sufferers, a full moon is the worst. It transforms the night into an open stage, illuminating every rooftop, every tree, every path they wish to hide in. It feels exposing, as if the moon is not just a rock in space, but an eye in the darkness, a judge without mercy. There are real stories of people who cannot leave their house on bright lunar nights. Some close their blinds and turn their homes into fortresses of artificial light, just to avoid the thought of that white disk hanging over them. Even photographs of the moon, or time-lapse videos of it rising over a city, can trigger shivers of unease, because the fear is not rational. It is existential. Cultures have long whispered about the moon's power over the mind. The word lunatic itself comes from the Latin luna, because full moons were once believed to unhinge the human mind. And in a way, selenophobia is a private form of that madness, the feeling that the moon is not just distant rock, but an intimate predator in the sky. And when you start fearing the moon, the night itself begins to feel like a living, breathing trap, which leads inevitably to the next shadow in our descent, Nyctophobia, the fear of the night itself. Heliophobia, fear of sunlight. The moon has always been more than just a rock in the sky. It is the oldest mirror humanity has ever known. Before there were cities, calendars, or even written words, our ancestors looked up at that pale, watchful face and built stories to survive the fear it stirred in them. To the Babylonians, the moon was Sin, a god who kept silent record of mortal deeds. To the Greeks it was Selene, a luminous goddess who drove her silver chariot across the night. And for centuries, people believed the moon could pull at the human mind just as it pulled at the tides. The word lunatic comes from luna because full moons were blamed for madness, murder, and restless spirits. Selenophobia is the echo of those ancient anxieties still alive in the modern world. For someone with this phobia, a clear lunar night is not poetic or peaceful. It is oppressive. The moon's light feels cold and exposing, as if the world has been turned into a silent theater, and they are alone on stage with nowhere to hide. It is not just fear of light, it is fear of being seen, of standing under a cosmic spotlight that has watched the dead and the living for millennia. Psychologists link this to hypervigilance, an instinct wired into us by evolution. For early humans, the night was a hunting ground, and the bright moon robbed them of shadows to hide in. Predators could see you, enemies could find you. And even today, some brains cannot shake the silent logic of survival when they see that white circle rise. Artists and storytellers have long known that the moon awakens something primal. It is the companion of werewolves, the trigger for rituals, and the silent witness to crimes and secrets. For a sufferer of selenophobia, all of that mythology feels personal. The moon does not just rise, it accuses, it follows, and it waits for you to notice it noticing you. And if the moon itself feels alive and predatory, what happens when the night around it closes in? That leads to a darker, more instinctive fear, Nyctophobia, the terror of the night itself. Nyctophobia, fear of the night, deepened. Nightfall has always divided humanity. For some, it is peace, a time of quiet reflection. For others, it is a curtain that hides every danger the mind can imagine. Nyctophobia, the fear of the night, is as old as life itself. It is not just fear of darkness, it is fear of what darkness conceals. Before cities glowed and street lamps dissolved the shadows, night meant vulnerability. Predators hunted under its cover. A single step into the blackness could mean vanishing into a world where your senses fail you. Anthropologists call this adaptive fear. Our ancestors who feared the dark survived more often than the ones who wandered unafraid. In Greek mythology, the night was Nyx, a goddess older than the gods themselves, born of chaos, feared even by Zeus. Nyx was not evil. She was absolute. She represented the reality that darkness owns the world for half of every day, whether we accept it or not. Nyctophobia is, in a way, a private echo of that ancient awe, a feeling that once the sun sets, you are trespassing in someone else's domain. Modern life masks this fear with light and noise, but remove electricity for a single night, and the illusion of safety collapses. Blackouts reveal that the dark is not empty. It is alive. Every creak of a floorboard, every brush of wind, suddenly feels like a signal. The imagination does the rest. Psychologists note that nyctophobia is rarely just about darkness. It is about the loss of control, a return to a world where you cannot see the predator, but you know it is there. For some, this leads to rituals, triple-checking locks, keeping a hallway light on, or sleeping with the television glowing just to keep the void at bay. And yet, if the night itself is unbearable, what happens when it expands infinitely outward? Apeirophobia, fear of infinity. Infinity is not just a number, it is a confrontation with the mind's breaking point. Apeirophobia, the fear of infinity, is not about math equations or endless rows of digits. It is the moment your brain realizes that there is no edge, no end, and no escape. You can experience this fear without ever leaving your room. Close your eyes and imagine a line that never stops, or a hallway that stretches forever, where no matter how far you walk, you are still inside it. At first, it is just a picture in your mind. Then your stomach drops, your chest tightens, because a hallway with no exit isn't a hallway anymore. It is a trap built out of time and thought. Psychologists link apeirophobia to existential anxiety. Our brains evolved to navigate a finite world, forests, mountains, rivers with edges. When confronted with infinity, the mind slips. You can't place yourself inside it, so instead it consumes you from the outside. Infinity in nature is everywhere. The endless ocean horizon, the night sky, even the mathematics of fractals, where the closer you look, the more you realize there is no end. The philosopher Blaise Pascal once wrote that when he thought about the infinite spaces above me, he was terrified. His heart trembled at the thought of being a brief spark in a limitless void. Some sufferers report their apeirophobia strikes without warning, staring at repeating tiles in a bathroom, thinking of numbers in school, or drifting off to sleep and suddenly feeling themselves falling through a bottomless well. There is no light at the bottom, because there is no bottom at all. And yet, infinity is only the concept. The universe itself is the physical expression of that terror. If imagining a never-ending line is unbearable, what about living inside a cosmic ocean with no shore? That is the domain of the next fear, cosmophobia, the terror that the universe itself is simply too big to face. Cosmophobia, fear of the universe. Most fears have a shape: a spider, a needle, a dark alley. But cosmophobia is a fear of something too big to hold in your mind, the entire universe. It begins as a quiet unease. You read an article about the size of the Milky Way, 100,000 light-years across. Already unimaginable. Then you learn the Milky Way is only one of perhaps 2 trillion galaxies, each holding billions of stars, drifting in a cosmic ocean of black. Your chest tightens, because you suddenly feel like a speck of dust floating inside an endless cathedral. Unlike Astrophobia, the fear of stars, cosmophobia strikes when you realize the structure of reality itself is terrifying. The void between galaxies is expanding. There are regions of space we will never reach, because the universe is growing faster than light can travel. Beyond a certain horizon, everything you know will slip away forever, as if reality is evaporating. Astronomers call this the cosmic horror of scale. Even trained scientists report moments of vertigo when they calculate distances so large they erase the meaning of home. Neil deGrasse Tyson once described how unsettling it feels to realize the atoms in our bodies come from dead stars, a truth both beautiful and crushing. We are temporary arrangements of matter inside a silent, expanding machine. For some, cosmophobia arrives when they see the Hubble Deep Field, a single photograph, where every speck of light is an entire galaxy, some now gone, their light only arriving centuries too late. Your brain tries to back away, but there is no edge to retreat to. The universe is not just big. It is indifferent. It does not know you exist. And one day, even the sun will die, leaving the galaxy cold and black. This is the shadow behind cosmophobia, not just fear of space, but fear of belonging to something so vast and uncaring that the word belonging stops meaning anything. And if the universe is unbearable in its size, what about the idea that you might never leave it? That leads to a fear as strange as it is suffocating. Eternophobia, the terror of living forever. Eternophobia, fear of eternal life. Most people imagine death as the ultimate fear, but some minds shiver at the opposite. Eternophobia, the fear of never dying. It sounds strange at first. Isn't immortality the dream of kings and empires, of myths and religions? From the fountain of youth to digital consciousness uploads, humanity has always chased the idea of escaping the grave. But if you sit with that thought long enough, a darker truth emerges. Forever is a prison with invisible walls. Philosophers call this the paradox of immortality. The first 1,000 years might feel like an adventure. You could climb mountains, watch civilizations rise and fall, memorize the constellations of galaxies, but eventually, the weight of time without exit starts to crush meaning. Every sunset you watch becomes just another in an infinite queue. Every conversation, no matter how profound, starts to echo in endless repetition. Even joy would rot into monotony. The French philosopher Bernard Williams wrote about this in 1973, arguing that eternal life would eventually drain all desire. If nothing ends, then nothing matters. A kiss, a song, a triumph, all are swallowed by the horizon of infinity until they feel the same. Psychologists link eternophobia to a deeper form of existential dread. It is not just fear of boredom. It is fear of identity erosion. If you live long enough to forget why you began, to forget your own beginnings, are you still you, or just a shadow dragged forward by the machinery of time? Some modern thinkers connect eternophobia to the rise of digital immortality projects, AI replicas of human minds, consciousness in simulations. If the code never dies and the mind inside never sleeps, would it beg for an ending that never arrives? This is where eternophobia touches its most disturbing truth. Sometimes, death is the only reason life can feel alive, and if the thought of never ending is terrifying, the next level is worse. Because for some, the deepest fear is that everything ends, oblivion phobia, the fear of non-existence itself. Oblivion phobia, fear of non-existence. Close your eyes and imagine the last moment of your life. Not the pain, not the people, not the room. The moment after. The moment when there is no you to imagine anything at all. This is the silent core of oblivion phobia, the fear of ceasing to exist. It is not the same as thanatophobia, the fear of death or dying. Thanatophobia fears the process. Oblivion phobia fears the aftermath, the infinite absence that follows. Philosophers have wrestled with this for thousands of years. Epicurus famously argued that we shouldn't fear death because where we are, death is not, and where death is, we are not. But he underestimated how stubborn the human mind can be. The idea of non-existence is like staring at a color you can't see, a void your brain can't touch. And that very incomprehensibility breeds terror. Psychologists describe this fear as a collision between self-awareness and cosmic reality. Your brain evolved to protect the self at all costs. But when it contemplates oblivion, it realizes there is no self to protect. The mind short-circuits. Some people report an almost physical panic when they think about the universe continuing without them in it, as if erasure is worse than suffering. Religions in many ways can be seen as antidotes to oblivion phobia. Heaven, reincarnation, ancestral legacy, they are stories that promise that the light will never fully go out. Even in modern times, we chase legacy through art, children, or digital footprints, as if leaving evidence that we were here can fight the endless tide of nothing. But here's the most disturbing insight. Even if the universe remembers you, you won't be there to know it. Oblivion is the ultimate disconnection, and the human mind is addicted to continuity. Some neuroscientists suggest that brief flashes of this fear may underlie existential anxiety and panic attacks. Late at night, when the world is silent and you feel your heartbeat in your ears, a single thought can crack the air open. One day I will close my eyes and never open them again. Transiophobia, fear of transition or change. Most people don't fear the world standing still. They fear that it won't. Transiophobia, the fear of change itself, is not just about moving to a new city or switching careers. It's about the existential tremor that comes when life refuses to stay familiar. It's the dread that lurks when the map of your reality starts to redraw itself and you can't go back to the way things were. Human brains are pattern-seeking machines. We survive by predicting the future from the past. So when life shifts under your feet, your nervous system lights up like an alarm system, unknown detected, survival not guaranteed. Psychologists often connect this fear to liminal spaces, those thresholds where one state of being slides into another: graduation, divorce, retirement, the moment after you quit a job, but before you start the next. Even walking through an empty airport at night can spark a primal unease. It's the hallway of existence where nothing feels fully real because you're between selves. In history, entire societies have mirrored this anxiety. The Industrial Revolution was a global shockwave of transiophobia. Farmers became factory workers, villages became cities. The familiar rhythm of life was torn apart, and in its place came a world of clocks, machines, and smokestacks. Newspapers from the 1800s recorded strange epidemics of nervous exhaustion and melancholia, early names for the anxiety of a world in permanent transition. Even today, technology keeps pulling the floor out from under us. Social media, AI, a constantly shifting economy, our ancestors had to adapt once or twice in a lifetime. We adapt every year. No wonder the fear grows. But here's the quiet truth: change is inevitable, and so is the loss of the self you were. Transiophobia is not just fear of the unknown, it's the mourning of identity before the funeral even happens. And if the idea of change is enough to send shivers through the spine, the next level steps even further inward. Because what if the thing you're most afraid to face is not the world changing, but your own mind thinking? Philosophophobia, fear of deep thinking or philosophy. Most fears have teeth you can see. Snakes, heights, needles. You know where to run, but philosophophobia is different. It doesn't hide in the forest or the dark. It lives in your own thoughts, waiting for the moment you go too far in. At first glance, fearing philosophy might seem almost comical. Who's afraid of thinking? But history and psychology tell a darker story. When people stare too long into the big questions, why am I here? What is consciousness? Does anything matter? They sometimes feel the ground begin to crack beneath them. Philosophy has always been dangerous for the comfortable mind. Socrates was executed for asking questions that tore at the fabric of Athenian life. Nietzsche's meditations on the death of God led him into a spiral of isolation and ultimately madness. Even ordinary people sometimes report existential vertigo, that dizzy, breathless moment when you truly realize that life may have no fixed meaning and that the universe is too vast to care if you exist. Modern psychology links philosophobia to existential anxiety. The human brain is wired to avoid pain and seek stability. But deep thinking is the opposite. It digs up answers that can uproot your entire self-concept. You might discover that your morality is inherited, your beliefs are borrowed, and your sense of self is just a fragile narrative trying to hold the chaos together. Some people cope by burying themselves in distraction, scrolling endlessly, chasing small pleasures, keeping the radio on at all times. Not because the world is noisy, but because silence is dangerous. In silence, the questions arrive. In silence, the abyss calls your name. Throughout history, many cultures warned against this depth. The story of Icarus isn't just about flying too close to the sun. It's about the terror of insight, the risk that in reaching too high for truth, you fall with wings melted by knowing too much. And perhaps that's the ultimate horror of philosophophobia. If you start asking the questions that truly matter, you might never come back to the comfort of not knowing. Scopophobia, fear of writing in public. Imagine sitting at a cafe, pen in hand, notebook open. You feel eyes on you. Your fingers hesitate. Suddenly, the words you were about to write become impossible. It's as if your mind itself locks behind a glass wall and you're exposed to the world like a specimen under a microscope. This is scopophobia, the fear of writing while being observed. It sounds almost trivial until you realize what it reveals about the human mind. Writing is not just communication, it's exposure. Every time you write, you leave a trace of yourself. Your thoughts, your mistakes, your inner logic, they're all captured in ink. Unlike speech, which vanishes, writing is evidence. In ancient times, scribes held both power and terror because the written word was a permanent confession. A slip of the pen could mark you for life. Psychologists link this phobia to the spotlight effect, the sense that everyone is watching you and silently judging. It overlaps with performance anxiety, but there's an extra layer. Writing is slow and deliberate. Your mind knows that others might see your errors freeze in time. It's the fear of leaving a permanent footprint of imperfection. There's also a cultural shadow to scriptophobia. Throughout history, literacy itself could be dangerous. In totalitarian regimes, private writing could be incriminating. In some periods of history, a diary was a death sentence if the wrong person read it. Perhaps our nervous system still carries the whisper of that risk. Do not leave evidence. Do not be seen thinking. Even in modern times, this fear quietly shapes behavior. Ever hesitate before typing a message in a public document? Ever delete a note because someone might glance over your shoulder? That small, sharp jolt is the ghost of scriptophobia. And notice how it connects to something even deeper. If writing in public feels like exposing your thoughts, what about words themselves? The next level descends into a fear that goes beyond the act of writing to the building blocks of language, a fear of words themselves. Logophobia, fear of words. Most people don't think twice about words. They scroll past them, speak them, drown in them daily. But for someone with logophobia, words themselves are the threat, not snakes, not heights, language. It sounds absurd at first. How can symbols on a page or sounds leaving someone's mouth cause fear? But consider what words really are, tiny keys that open enormous doors. Each word is a trigger, a memory, a spell that can summon images from the darkest corners of the mind. Children sometimes feel this instinctively. Many cultures have taboo words, curses, sacred names, forbidden phrases that seem to hold real power. Speak them, and you risk awakening shame, anger, or danger. Even in adulthood, we know that the wrong word can ignite a war or end a friendship. Words can wound far beyond the moment they're spoken. Psychologists see logophobia often linked to trauma and association. A word itself can become a triggering artifact, a bridge to a memory the mind wants to bury. Someone who survived a fire might shudder at flame. A person who lost someone suddenly might flinch at goodbye. To the outside world, it looks irrational, but to the brain, a word is a loaded weapon. There's a historical layer, too. In medieval times, to speak a forbidden word could mean execution, blasphemy, heresy. Uttering a king's secret, language has always had teeth. Even today, online mobs or governments can destroy a life over a single sentence. Perhaps logophobia isn't entirely irrational. It remembers what society sometimes forgets. Words can kill, even without blood. And it's not just hearing or reading words. For some, the anticipation is what claws at the edges of sanity. Imagine opening a book, knowing that somewhere on the page lies the word you dread most. It's not just letters anymore. It's a trapdoor in your mind. If words themselves are terrifying, imagine the next descent, a fear not of language, but of life itself changing, of the world refusing to stay still long enough for you to feel safe. Mysophobia, fear of change. Change is supposed to be natural. We repeat it like a mantra. Change is the only constant. But for someone with Mysophobia, change is not a gentle river. It's a storm that tears the ground from beneath their feet. This fear is not just disliking inconvenience. It's not about resisting a new phone or dreading a move. It's a primal panic at the idea that the world will not remain what it was yesterday. The mind grasps for permanence, like a drowning swimmer clinging to driftwood, even when life itself demands motion. Why would evolution allow such a fear? Because, in a way, it once kept us alive. Our ancestors who clung to familiarity survived longer. They ate the same berries, slept in the same caves, trusted the same people. To step into the unknown was to risk death. Even now, our brains treat uncertainty like a predator lurking just outside the firelight. But in the modern world, change is relentless. New jobs, new technology, new social rules that can shift overnight. For someone with metathesiophobia, this isn't just stressful, it's existentially destabilizing. They live in a constant tug-of-war between the illusion of safety and the reality of flux. Consider the ripple effects. A person paralyzed by fear of change might stay in a job they despise for decades, endure a toxic relationship, or refuse medical treatment because the new feels worse than the pain they know. Life becomes a museum of yesterday, and every unopened door feels like it hides a monster. Psychologists note that this fear can intertwine with anxiety and OCD, but it's also philosophical. Change is a reminder that nothing is stable, not our homes, not our bodies, not the people we love. Metathesiophobia whispers a truth. Most of us spend our lives avoiding. Everything you know will eventually vanish or transform. And here's the unsettling part. If you can't bear change, then life itself becomes the threat, because time moves forward whether you give it permission or not. If the fear of change feels suffocating, what happens when the change is something you can't escape, like the slow, unstoppable aging of your own body? That's where the next level waits. Arachnophobia, fear of aging. Aging is supposed to be natural. We celebrate birthdays, joke about getting older, and pretend wisdom makes up for wrinkles. But for someone with Arachnophobia, aging isn't a milestone. It's a slow-motion horror film they are trapped inside. The first signs are subtle: a gray hair, a line around the eyes, a knee that doesn't bend like it used to. For most people, it's a passing annoyance. For someone with Arachnophobia, it's a countdown to disappearing. Every mirror becomes a confrontation. Every birthday candle feels like a funeral for the person they used to be. Why does this fear run so deep? Because aging is proof that time is real, that our bodies are fragile, and that death is no longer an abstract idea but a shadow stretching closer. Psychologists trace this phobia to the intersection of mortality awareness and identity loss. We don't just fear death, we fear watching ourselves vanish in slow motion, losing youth, strength, beauty, and relevance one day at a time. Modern society pours gasoline on this fear. Anti-aging creams, cosmetic surgery, social media filters that erase a decade with a swipe. We live in a culture where old age is invisible, pushed out of sight, as if youth were the only acceptable face of life. For the Arachnophobic, every advertisement is a warning, every birthday a betrayal. The fear can shape behavior in extreme ways. Some avoid photographs, refuse to celebrate milestones, or chase endless medical procedures in a desperate attempt to freeze time. Others fall into depression, haunted by the certainty that the best version of themselves is already gone. But here's the most disturbing truth. Aging is not optional. Every heartbeat, every breath, carries you closer to the future self you might already dread. Arachnophobia doesn't just fear wrinkles, it fears irreversibility, the one-way march of time that no surgery or serum can erase. And beneath it all, there's an even darker terror. If aging can't be stopped, then what waits at the end of that road? The fear that aging awakens always points toward the same horizon, the nothingness we try not to name, and that is where the next level will take us. Chronophobia, fear of clocks. Most people glance at a clock and see convenience. It tells you if you're late for work, if lunch is in an hour, or if the weekend is almost here. But for someone with chronophobia, a clock is not a tool. It's a living reminder that time is hunting them down. The fear is not just about ticking hands or glowing digits. It's about what the clock represents, the inescapable march of time. Every tick is a footstep, a metronome counting down to deadlines, losses, endings. A silent room with a single ticking wall clock can feel like a torture chamber because it doesn't just measure minutes, it measures life slipping away. Psychologists link this fear to existential anxiety. Clocks make time visible, and time is the one enemy we can never fight. Even if you smash the clock, time doesn't stop. It keeps moving, ignoring your panic, reminding you that your entire life is built on a one-way track. For some, this phobia triggers in childhood, like the kid lying awake in the dark, hearing the hallway clock tick, 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 realizing for the first time that they are moving towards something inevitable. For others, it awakens during stress, a hospital waiting room, a test you're unprepared for, or simply watching a clock run out on your dreams. The physical reactions can be extreme: a fast-beating heart, sweaty palms, an urge to run away from something that can't be escaped. Some sufferers avoid wearing watches, cover wall clocks with cloth, or remove every time-keeping device from their home just to feel like life isn't constantly slipping through their fingers. And yet, clocks are everywhere. Phones, computers, street corners. Even if you never look, the world still ticks. And perhaps the most haunting truth of all is this: the fear is not about the clock at all. It's about what the clock cannot hide, that every tick is a small death, and somewhere a larger one is waiting. You can close your eyes to the clock, but never to time. Scopophobia, fear of learning. Most people are told that learning is power. We are raised on it: school, books, lectures, the internet. We celebrate curiosity. We frame education as a ladder to freedom. But for someone with scopophobia, learning is not liberating. It is terrifying. This isn't the fear of school itself. It's deeper. It is the fear that new knowledge will change you, will tear apart the fragile order of the world you already know. Because knowledge is not neutral, it is disruptive. Every new fact is a wedge in the old self. Every realization can make the life you were living yesterday feel like a lie. Imagine learning that your entire career is based on a principle that's been disproven. Imagine discovering a secret about someone you love that you cannot unlearn. Imagine understanding the sheer size of the universe and realizing in one crushing instant how small and temporary you are. That is what scopophobia whispers. What you learn will hurt you. Psychologists often find this fear in people who have experienced traumatic revelations. Maybe the child who overheard the argument that shattered their family. Maybe the patient who learned a diagnosis they never wanted to know. Maybe the adult who read one book, one article, one piece of evidence that cracked the foundation of their entire belief system. Knowledge cannot be unseen. Once the mind stretches, it rarely returns to its original shape. Scopophobia is a desperate attempt to stop that stretch, to cling to a shrinking island of certainty while the ocean of truth rises around you. Real-world cases can be strange and heartbreaking. Some sufferers refuse to read the news, to open books, to ask questions, because they fear that even a single answer might change their lives forever. Some avoid technology or the internet entirely, because the modern world is a fire hose of truths you never asked for. And the disturbing irony: avoiding knowledge often makes life more dangerous. Refusing to learn can mean refusing to adapt, which makes the world more threatening, which in turn feeds the fear. The very thing they avoid, understanding, is the only thing that could set them free. Scopophobia is not stupidity. It is self-preservation turned against itself, a fear that life is a glass house and truth is a stone you can't dodge forever. Decidophobia, fear of making decisions. We like to believe that freedom is a gift, but for someone with decidophobia, freedom feels like a trap. The moment they are faced with a choice, big or small, their mind becomes a battlefield of doubt, fear, and self-betrayal. To the rest of us, choosing a meal from a menu or picking a shirt in the morning seems trivial. But for someone with Decetophobia, every choice carries the weight of irreversible consequence. Because a decision isn't just about selecting one thing, it's about killing all the other possibilities. And that death of options can feel like an execution you signed yourself. Philosophers like Jean-Paul Sartre wrote about this weight. He called it the dizziness of freedom. When you realize that your life is nothing but the sum of your choices, every small decision becomes a mirror. Who am I really? What if I choose wrong? And for someone living in this fear, even small decisions become unbearable. Real-world cases are heartbreaking. A young adult spends hours in the cereal aisle, paralyzed until the store closes, leaving empty-handed. A college student delays choosing a major for years, terrified that one wrong step will ruin their life. Some sufferers stay in miserable jobs, loveless relationships, or even abusive homes because choosing to leave is a choice, and choice feels like a cliff they can't jump from. Psychologists link Decetophobia to childhood experiences of harsh consequences or environments where mistakes were punished brutally. If every wrong move once led to pain or shame, then every decision now feels like holding a live grenade. The irony is that inaction is also a decision. By refusing to choose, life chooses for them. Opportunities vanish. Relationships decay. The world moves on while they remain frozen in a self-made purgatory. And perhaps the most disturbing part is that this paralysis feeds itself. The longer you delay, the more the fear grows. Every unmade decision becomes proof to the mind that it cannot be trusted. Freedom becomes a prison without walls, and the prisoner is holding the key, but cannot lift their hand to use it. Nyctophobia, fear of nothingness. There is a silence so deep it feels like it could swallow you. Not the quiet of a library or a late-night street, but the absolute absence of everything. This is the world of Nyctophobia, the fear of nothingness. It is not just the fear of death. It is the fear that beyond life, beyond thought, beyond existence itself, there is nothing at all. No light, no sound, no memory, not even the comfort of knowing that you are gone. Pure absence, a concept so alien to the human mind that it bends it toward terror. Philosophers have wrestled with this abyss for centuries. In the 19th century, Friedrich Nietzsche warned that staring into the void might make it stare back. Buddhist and existential thinkers describe it differently, a universe where self is an illusion and the final destination is a dissolution so complete that it cannot be experienced. Because experience requires a self to exist. For someone with Nyctophobia, this idea is not abstract philosophy. It is a nightmare that haunts their waking life. They may avoid dark rooms, silence, or deep meditation. They may keep the TV running all night, not because they fear ghosts or intruders, but because the hum of noise reassures them. Something is here. I am here. Psychologists connect this phobia to existential anxiety and sometimes to traumatic brushes with anesthesia, coma, or near-death experiences. Patients have described the terror of ceasing to exist even briefly and the horrifying realization that one day it will happen for real and they will never know it. The fear can become a trap. You can't escape it by running, because nothingness is everywhere your mind can go. Try to distract yourself, and the quiet moments between thoughts remind you of the void. Try to confront it, and your own imagination pulls you into an endless black that you cannot touch, cannot measure, and cannot survive. Some sufferers develop compulsions to fill every corner of life with noise and activity. They work constantly, binge entertainment, scroll endlessly, not for fun, but to push the thought away. Because if the mind slows down, if the world gets too quiet, they feel the edges of the void closing in. And the cruelest irony, the harder you fight the thought of nothingness, the stronger it comes back. Because to fear the void is to feed it. Nyctophobia is not a fear of what is coming. It is the fear of the absence that has always been waiting. Pneumatophobia, fear of spirits or souls. There is a unique kind of fear that does not come from teeth, claws, or knives. It comes from what you cannot touch, cannot see, but cannot escape, the realm of spirits. This is pneumatophobia, the fear of souls, ghosts, and unseen presences. It is one of humanity's oldest and most enduring terrors, woven into religion, folklore, and the dark corners of every culture on Earth. Unlike simple superstition, this fear often grows in stillness and isolation, a creaking floorboard in the night, the whisper of wind under a door, a sudden, inexplicable chill. For the sufferer, these are not coincidences. They are reminders that the unseen might be watching. Anthropologists note that belief in spirits served a survival function. In ancient times, when every rustle in the grass could mean predator or danger, our brains evolved to assume agency, to believe something, someone, was there. That same instinct now fuels phobias like pneumatophobia. The unknown does not stay empty. The mind populates it with threats. Real-world accounts are disturbing. Some sufferers cannot sleep without lights on because the dark feels inhabited. They may avoid funerals, cemeteries, or even old houses, afraid of the lingering presence of the dead. Hospitals, where life and death constantly trade places, can trigger panic attacks, not from germs or grief, but from the sense that souls drift through the halls. And the mind does something cruel. The more one avoids the fear, the stronger the anticipation becomes. At night, when the world is quiet and imagination is loud, the line between thought and haunting blurs. A shadow in the corner. A reflection that seems to move. A voice in the white noise of an unplugged radio. To the rational mind, these are tricks. To the phobic mind, they are proof. Even more disturbing is that modern science does not fully erase the fear. Neuroscientists can explain why our brains detect presence where none exists, a survival mechanism, an overactive hypervigilance circuit. But knowing the explanation does not make the room feel empty. Logic cannot exercise instinct. Many cultures actually validate this fear. Religious texts, ghost stories, and near-death testimonies all suggest that spirits exist, watching, wandering, waiting. For a pneumatophobic person, these stories do not entertain. They etch terror into the mind, and unlike the fear of a snake or spider, there is no way to prove you are safe. You cannot put a ghost in a cage. You cannot lock the door on a soul. You cannot close your eyes and make the thought leave because it is already inside your head. 1. Agoraphobia, fear of dreams. Dreams are supposed to be a refuge, the quiet cinema of the mind, but for some, they are a trap. This is 1. Agoraphobia, the fear of dreams themselves. It is not just fear of nightmares. It is fear of entering a world you cannot control, where the laws of reality dissolve and your own brain becomes hostile territory. Psychologists trace this fear to a deeper loss of agency. In waking life, we cling to the idea of control, doors we can lock, lights we can turn on, people we can call for help, but in dreams, none of that exists. You can fall endlessly, drown without air, or be chased by something with your own face, and no amount of logic will wake you. Some sufferers avoid sleep entirely, terrified of the moment consciousness slips. They fight exhaustion, drink coffee through the night, and live in a state of constant fatigue because closing their eyes feels like opening a door they can never close. Doctors have documented extreme cases, patients developing hallucinations, paranoia, or microsleeps, where reality and dream bleed together. What makes 1. Agoraphobia disturbing is that dreams are not always random. Trauma survivors often report recurring dreams, fragments of memory stitched into distorted loops. Your childhood home flooded with black water, a dead relative standing at the foot of your bed, your own reflection smiling when you are not. The brain processes fear and pain in symbols, and the phobic mind interprets this as haunting from within. In some cultures, this fear is amplified by spiritual beliefs. Shamans and mystics have long treated dreams as gateways to other realms. To those with 1. Agoraphobia, this idea is not mystical, it is horrifying. If sleep is a threshold to somewhere else, what happens if you get stuck? What if a part of you does not return? Even science cannot fully comfort them. Neuroscience explains REM cycles and limbic activation, yet lucid dreaming experiments show that in rare cases dreamers can recognize they are dreaming and still cannot wake up. The mind becomes a prison with walls made of its own imagination. And then comes the cruel paradox. The more you fear dreaming, the more your dreams twist into nightmares. The brain feeds on anticipation, turning anxiety into imagery. A simple hallway becomes infinite. A stranger whispers your name. You run, but the floor turns to water. For the phobic, sleep is not rest, it is surrender. They lie in bed, heart racing, feeling like prey in their own head. Because when the lights go out, the world outside disappears, and the only thing left to fear is yourself. Theophobia, fear of God, or gods. Fear of God sounds like a sermon, but for those who feel theophobia, it is not about worship. It is a visceral terror of the idea that a higher being sees you, judges you, and might hold your existence in its hands. This fear cuts across cultures. In Christianity, some believers feel haunted by divine surveillance, every thought, every secret, recorded. In Hinduism or Buddhism, karma and cosmic law can evoke the same dread. Your actions ripple across lifetimes, and the universe itself will balance the scales. For someone with theophobia, this is not comforting. It is inescapable persecution. Imagine walking into a cathedral, not as a pilgrim, but as prey. The stained glass doesn't soothe you. It feels like eyes in every color. The hymns echo like warnings. Even the silence becomes oppressive, as if a cosmic jury waits for you to speak. Modern psychology often links theophobia to scrupulosity, an extreme form of obsessive-compulsive disorder where the mind is trapped in spiritual panic. Sufferers wash their hands not for germs but for guilt, repeat prayers until their throat is raw, terrified that a single wrong thought will ignite divine wrath. What makes this fear disturbing is its total reach. If your phobia is of spiders or heights, you can avoid them, but how do you avoid a god or the possibility of one? Every thunderclap feels like a warning. Every coincidence feels like a sign. Sleep offers no escape. Dreams are stalked by sermons and shadows, and for the most tormented, it evolves beyond any specific religion. It becomes the terror of cosmic attention itself. The idea that the universe is not empty, that something out there knows your name, worse than being alone in the void, is the possibility that you never were alone at all, and that something has always been watching. Demonophobia, fear of demons. If theophobia is the terror of being watched by the divine, demonophobia is the dread that you are being stalked by something darker, unseen, malevolent, and relentless. People imagine demons as horned caricatures from movies, but for someone with demonophobia, the fear is not about Hollywood monsters. It is about constant, invisible threat, the idea that malevolent beings might lurk just outside the edges of perception, waiting for the smallest slip in vigilance. Throughout history, cultures have personified this fear. The ancient Mesopotamians spoke of Lamashtu, a she-demon believed to harm infants at night, prompting mothers to hang protective amulets over cradles. Medieval Europe whispered of incubi and succubi, shadowy figures that would visit sleepers in the dark. In Japan, stories of Oni and Yuri, demons and restless spirits, served as cautionary tales about moral failure and wandering alone at night. These weren't just myths. They were psychological mirrors of demonophobia, the fear that darkness itself has teeth. In the modern world, the manifestations are subtler, but no less gripping. Someone with demonophobia might avoid basements, attics, and unlit hallways, even in their own home, because the mind paints invisible predators in every shadow. A creak of wood becomes a whisper. A cold draft feels like a hand brushing your skin. Sleep paralysis, when the body is frozen but the mind is awake, often amplifies this fear. Sufferers report feeling a presence in the room, pressing down on their chest, or whispering in a language they cannot understand. Rationally, they may know it's neurological, but the fear is visceral, primal, undeniable. What's disturbing is how self-reinforcing this fear becomes. The more you fear demons, the more the world conspires to feed the paranoia. Flickering streetlights, distorted faces in reflections, nightmares triggered by fatigue all become evidence. Religious rituals intended to protect can intensify the terror. A person may cross themselves at every sound, whispering prayers under their breath, only to feel more certain that danger is near because they need protection at all. Psychologists note that Phobia can link to hypervigilance and anxiety disorders, but it also taps into something older than modern medicine, the human tendency to give the unknown a face. A shadow in the forest is a predator. A whisper in the dark is a ghost. For early humans, imagining demons may have been a survival strategy. For modern sufferers, it is a cage of the mind, one that follows them into every room, every alley, and every sleepless night. And yet, Demonophobia has a subtle, insidious twist. Unlike phobias of snakes or heights, which exist outside you, this fear blurs the line between the world and your own imagination. Are demons real, or does belief itself give them form? The sufferer lives in that uncertainty, trapped between psychology and mythology, between the safety of logic and the terror that some doors, mental or spiritual, should never be opened. It's this psychological ambiguity that makes the next fear even more disturbing, necrophobia, the fear of death's physical presence itself, because where demons are imagined, the dead are unavoidable. Thanophobia, fear of the concept of dying world. Death is abstract until you see it. Until the air in a room is still in a way it has never been before, and the human shape before you is no longer a person, but an object, a shell. Necrophobia, the fear of dead things, is not simply squeamishness. It is a deep, instinctive recoil from the physical reality of mortality. Unlike Thanatophobia, which is the fear of your own death, necrophobia confronts you with the undeniable evidence that life ends, a body that was once warm, speaking, moving, and is now a silent reminder that you will someday look the same. This fear has ancient roots. In many cultures, the dead were never allowed to rest among the living. Egyptian tombs were sealed tight, with elaborate rituals to protect both the living and the dead. Medieval Europe placed cemeteries outside city walls, and plague victims were carted away at night, often without proper funerals. In some ways, necrophobia is evolution's gift. Staying away from corpses reduced exposure to disease long before germs were understood. Yet, for modern sufferers, this instinct blooms into terror. Imagine walking through a funeral home, the scent of lilies and polish hanging in the air. Most people can pay their respects with quiet unease. But for someone with necrophobia, the room becomes a psychological trap. Every corner whispers of death. Every coffin feels like it holds a secret they don't want to see. Even photos of deceased loved ones may feel unbearable, as though acknowledging them in stillness invites death closer. Hospitals, morgues, and cemeteries become forbidden zones. A sudden glimpse of roadkill on a street, or even the thought of touching raw meat, can provoke spiraling panic. This isn't just disgust. It is the brain screaming, "You are looking at the end." And in a subtle way, the fear is contagious. Those with necrophobia often feel a ripple of it in movies, news reports, even history books. Every image of a battlefield or preserved mummy reminds them that flesh has an expiration date. What makes necrophobia particularly disturbing is how it isolates you from reality itself. You cannot participate in funerals. You cannot comfort grieving friends. You cannot walk through certain museum exhibits without your heart racing. Life becomes a series of avoidances, all circling around one truth, that the body is fragile and time is ruthless. And yet, beyond this lies an even stranger fear, one that doesn't just confront death's evidence, but the living face of death twisted into the uncanny. That is Mascophobia, the terror of the human face when it's no longer human. Existential panophobia, fear of knowing everything is meaningless. Unlike the personal fear of death, Thanophobia in this form is not about you dying, it's about the world itself decaying. It's the terror that one day the forest will fall silent, the oceans will turn black, and all the systems that sustain life will collapse. This is the fear of the planet's mortality. You see it in the modern dread of climate change, mass extinction, and doomsday scenarios. People scroll past wildfire footage, vanishing ice sheets, and species sliding into extinction, and some feel more than concern. They feel paralysis. A subtle panic that Earth is bleeding out. It's not just science, it's existential. This fear has ancient echoes. Myths of apocalyptic floods, eternal winters, and burning skies have haunted humanity for millennia. Norse mythology spoke of Ragnarok, when the sun would be swallowed and the world would sink into darkness. Hindu cosmology imagines the Kali Yuga, an age of decay before cosmic rebirth. Even then, people sense that life hangs on a fragile thread. In the modern mind, Thanophobia can manifest as doom-scrolling obsession or an inability to enjoy the present because every sunset feels like it might be the last. Psychologists note that this fear often mixes helplessness with guilt, a haunting thought that we are complicit in the planet's slow death. What makes it more disturbing is its collective loneliness. Unlike personal death, which you can face in solitude, the death of the world is something you share with everyone and no one. You can't run from it. There's no coffin to close, no funeral to attend. It's just the slow awareness that the stage of existence itself might be rotting beneath your feet. Cosmic isolation phobia, fear of being alone in the universe. Imagine standing under a clear night sky. At first, it's beautiful, thousands of stars, a soft reminder of how vast the cosmos is. But then, a thought creeps in. What if it's just us? This is cosmic isolation phobia, the fear that humanity is truly, irreversibly alone, that despite centuries of scanning the sky, building telescopes, and sending probes across the void, the universe is empty of neighbors. It's more than loneliness. It's the realization that all the laughter, pain, wars, art, and love in human history exist on a tiny rock spinning in the dark, and no one out there will ever know or care. This fear is the psychological shadow of the Fermi paradox. If the universe is so vast, why is it so silent? Astronomers call it the Great Silence. For some, that silence is awe-inspiring. For others, it's suffocating. Every galaxy you see in a Hubble image might be full of dead worlds, their civilizations long gone, or worse, they never existed at all. On Earth, loneliness is temporary. A voice, a call, a friend can end it. But cosmic loneliness has no remedy. It's the haunting suspicion that existence is a one-way conversation, that no one will ever answer back. Science fiction often exploits this fear. Drifting astronauts lost in the black radio signals sent into the void with no reply. Carl Sagan called space a lonely emptiness, but also a mirror, reminding us that if we are alone, then everything we do matters even more. Yet this phobia often lingers because the silence of the universe is not just absence, it's a reflection of our own fragility. Looking up, you feel the weight of isolation press on your chest. And somewhere deep inside, a question whispers, if we vanish, will the universe even notice? Atelophobia, fear of imperfection. You probably know the sting of failure. But atelophobia is different. It's not just the fear of failing a test or missing a promotion. It's the paralyzing dread that you yourself will never be enough. People with this fear don't just avoid mistakes, they avoid life. Imagine rewriting a single email for hours, convinced one awkward word will reveal your flaws. Or walking past a mirror and seeing not a reflection, but a list of all the ways you fail to measure up. Atelophobia whispers, you are always behind. You are always inadequate. Psychologists connect this phobia to perfectionism, but it runs deeper. It's a fear that imperfection equals rejection, that if the cracks in your mask show, the world will see the real you and turn away. In extreme cases, this phobia can freeze people in place. Projects never started, relationships never risked, because imperfection feels worse than non-existence. Modern life fuels it. Social media parades polished illusions of other people's lives, perfect vacations, perfect careers, perfect families. For someone with Atelophobia, every scroll is a reminder that they're failing at a game everyone else seems to win. But the irony is brutal. While they obsess over perfection, life itself is slipping past, unexperienced. History is full of figures trapped by this fear. Writers who burned manuscripts they believed weren't good enough. Artists who destroyed their canvases rather than see them criticized. Some never shared their work at all, dying with their creations unseen. Atelophobia doesn't just demand perfection, it convinces you that anything less than perfection is unforgivable. And yet, hidden in this fear is the harsh truth. Imperfection is the only way we exist. We stumble, we miss, we fall short, and that is how we live, how we learn, how we leave a mark. The tragedy of Atelophobia is that it keeps its victims from discovering that their flaws are the most human thing about them. Somewhere out there, the final level awaits, the fear that strips even the self away. Autophobia deepened, fear of absolute self. Close your eyes for a moment. Imagine you are truly alone. No phone, no hum of traffic, no voices in the next room. Even the sky outside your window feels empty. At first, it's peaceful. But stay in that silence long enough, and something unsettling happens. You begin to hear yourself. This is the abyss that autophobia, in its deepest form, opens not just the fear of being alone with no one around, but the fear of being alone with yourself. When there's no distraction left, no noise to fill the air, all that remains is your own mind. Every thought, every doubt, every memory you'd rather bury. Psychologists call this the fear of absolute self-contact. It's why some people can't sit in a quiet room without turning on the TV, why long drives without music feel unbearable, and why many fear meditation more than public speaking. In the stillness, your mind starts to echo, and the echo is inescapable. This fear is ancient. Hermits and monks wrote about it in journals. The moment solitude stops being freedom and starts feeling like confrontation. It's also modern. In our hyper-connected world, some people will scroll endlessly, not out of boredom, but out of terror of stopping. Because stopping means facing the raw, unfiltered self, the self that questions, accuses, remembers, and reminds you of every imperfection you've ever tried to forget. In its extreme form, autophobia creates a paradox. You can be in a crowded city and still feel utterly alone, because it's not the absence of people that frightens you, it's the inescapable presence of yourself. And here is the disturbing truth. The more we run from that silence, the louder it becomes. To face it is terrifying. To avoid it is a lifelong chase. This fear, at its core, is the recognition that we cannot escape the one companion we are born with and die with, ourselves. And beyond this level, a deeper darkness waits, Lygophobia, the fear of the ultimate devouring darkness where even the self feels like it could vanish. Lygophobia, fear of the ultimate darkness. Darkness is not just the absence of light, it is the absence of reference. In light, the world has boundaries, walls, horizons, edges. In true darkness, those boundaries vanish. Your mind reaches out for something to anchor to, and finds nothing. That nothing is where Lygophobia lives. As children, many of us slept with a nightlight. It wasn't the lamp that comforted us, but the proof of existence it provided. The walls were still there, the room was safe, the world was as it should be. Turn that light off, and the imagination begins to populate the void. Every creak is a footstep. Every shadow is a shape. Evolution wired this fear into us because predators, historically, were most dangerous when we couldn't see them. But Lygophobia goes deeper than survival. In extreme forms, this fear transcends the physical. It's not just the dark room, but the feeling that the universe itself could turn off. Patients in sensory deprivation studies report that after hours in darkness, the mind begins to produce hallucinations, fractals, faces, entire dreamscapes, because the brain cannot tolerate the pure absence. Some describe it as being swallowed by infinity, a preview of death. Even in adulthood, most people avoid complete darkness. We light candles during blackouts. We stare at our phone screens at night. Darkness doesn't just hide the world, it forces us to confront our own fragility, our smallness in a cosmos that is mostly black void. There's a reason horror movies exploit this fear. Darkness is the original stage for the unknown. When you walk down an unlit hallway at night, some primal part of you feels the edge of existence. And in that blackness, an ancient instinct whispers, "You are not safe." Yet beyond darkness lies something worse, the void itself. Not just the absence of light, but the absence of being. That is where void phobia begins. The terror that nothingness is not just outside you, but waiting for you. Void phobia, fear of the void. If darkness is frightening because it hides the world, the void is terrifying because it erases it. Void phobia isn't the fear of dim rooms or starless nights. It is the horror of absolute nothingness. A place with no light, no sound, no air, no direction, where up and down are meaningless, and even the thought of movement feels absurd because there's nothing to move through. This fear is more than instinct. It brushes against philosophy and physics. Consider the vacuum of deep space, a stretch of emptiness so perfect that molecules are rare visitors. If you were to float there without a suit, you would hear nothing, not even your own scream. The sun could be blazing millions of miles away, and yet you would be trapped in silence, suspended in a forever that does not care about you. Psychologists studying deep existential fears note that void phobia often arises during moments of reflection about mortality or the cosmos. You don't need to be in space to feel it. Staring into the ocean at night, peering into a bottomless cave, or even thinking about the infinite vacuum between galaxies can trigger that cold shiver, the realization that reality is mostly empty. Some philosophers argue this fear is at the root of many human behaviors. We build cities that glow against the night sky. We surround ourselves with noise, technology, and human presence. We cling to rituals, beliefs, and distractions to avoid the awareness that the universe is, at its core, indifferent. Behind every wall, beyond every light, there is an ocean of nothingness. Void phobia is often paired with a silent panic of self-erasure. Not just the fear of floating in emptiness, but the fear that you too could vanish into it. That one day, memory and matter, identity and history will collapse into the same blank canvas the cosmos began with. And if this thought is already sinking into your chest, then you've stepped onto the final ledge, where cosmophobia waits, the terror of the universe itself, infinite, incomprehensible, and eternal. Cosmophobia, final form, fear of infinite existence and the incomprehensible universe. All phobias point outward, toward some threat, snakes, heights, blood. But cosmophobia is different. It is not the fear of a single thing. It is the fear of everything, and of forever. It is the silent, paralyzing awareness that you live in an infinite, indifferent cosmos, one that has no walls, no ceiling, and no end. Step outside on a moonless night in the desert or at sea. The stars are scattered like cold fire across a black ocean, and for a moment, it's beautiful. Then it hits you. Those dots are suns, billions of miles away, burning for no one. Beyond them is a darkness that never ends. And beyond that, more darkness, more stars, more void, a universe that does not ask for you, does not care for you, and will continue without you long after your bones are dust. Some people feel this when they first learn about the observable universe, a sphere 93 billion light-years wide, filled mostly with empty space, expanding into a mystery we cannot touch. Others feel it when reading about heat death, the ultimate fate of everything, where all stars fade and all energy spreads into a silent, eternal darkness. Cosmophobia is not just fear. It is humbling annihilation of the ego. You are one mind, one brief flicker, aware just long enough to glimpse the truth. Existence is a miracle suspended in a black sea that will never remember your name. And yet, as terrifying as this is, there's something liberating in it too. When you stare into the incomprehensible and feel that smallness, life suddenly becomes fragile, immediate, and real. Your heartbeat, the people you love, the sunlight on your hands, all of it against a backdrop of infinite, indifferent space. We've climbed from the smallest fears, spiders, needles, the dark, to the ultimate one, the fear of the universe itself. If you've made it here, maybe you've felt the shiver of cosmophobia creeping in. Maybe, for a second, you've stared into infinity and it stared back.